Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Wow. So I have a media order that the jury is not to appear on camera. So the court's cameras can't pick you up, and neither can the media's cameras. But just for the benefit of everyone, Memorial Day is Monday, and this jury is dressed in an American flag. And it's a beautiful thing to see. And it's great to see everyone. Let's go on the record in the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. And we are in a jury trial. This is case 23-1391. And we have Prosecutor Mora, Prosecutor Defense Attorney Hutchinson, Carlos Reales Dominguez present. And 17 members of our jury are present for this Friday before the weekend holiday. And I thought I might give just some general update on scheduling to the jury. Been working with the lawyers, and we have a full day of evidence today. We have a full week of evidence next week, and I think we may have 1 or 2 days of evidence the week of June 2nd. But it is a real possibility that this court will give the jury the case after closing arguments and legal instruction at the end of the first week of June or the beginning of the second week. So that's a rough outline of where we're at. So again, a full day of evidence today. Next week we have witnesses lined up all week, and then we have a couple more days maybe of trailing witnesses, and then we'll hand you the case. This is a 2-phase trial, and that is phase 1 schedule. I will also say that you, the jury, have been working hard on this case, taking in evidence, and I understand that it's a challenge because you haven't been given the law yet. And but I think what I wanted to share with you is to give you confidence that I will be giving you the law, telling you how you should view the facts and make your determinations and apply the law. So you're going to get that, and then the attorneys are going to get closing argument, and they're different. That's different than opening statements, where opening statements is just a preview of the evidence, right? So in closing arguments, the lawyers will reference the legal instructions, and they will argue how they think the facts played out and how the law should be applied there. So it's all going to come together for you. Some of you have done jury trials before, but I just wanted to give you just a boost of confidence that while you're taking in all this evidence, that there's going to be a much greater context for you in order to do your work. So we'll get there. And that's a rough estimate of where we're at with respect to the calendar. So we are in the defense case in chief. We are collecting evidence, and I know I mentioned the video. We are going to get back to that piece of evidence, but we are going to take some witnesses. Mr. Hutchinson, you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, the defense calls Amy Gutierrez.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, we'll have you sit in the witness stand. Lawyers will ask questions, 2 of them.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not being for the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Amy Gutierrez, AMYGUTIERREZ.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am a social worker. I provide mental health services for WellPath and provide mental health care for the county jails.
What is WellPath?
WellPath is a contracted provider that provides medical, dental, mental health services to inmates that are housed in the county jail.
Is WellPath specific to Yolo County Jail, or do they provide services to other counties as well?
We provide services to other counties as well.
And what is your specific job title with WellPath?
I am a mental health coordinator, so I provide mental health services to inmates while they're in custody.
What is your educational background for this position?
I am a licensed clinical social worker. I have a master's in social work.
And how long have you worked as a mental health professional for WellPath?
I have been working with WellPath since 2022, I believe.
And prior to that, did you hold any other positions working in county jails?
I started with WellPath in a different county. I was working per diem for a few different counties, providing the same services.
And what counties were those?
I started with Placer County. I've also provided services with Shasta County via telehealth, and then I took a full-time position at Yolo County.
Before you started working in the jail settings, did you have any other experience in working with severely mentally ill individuals?
I did. I worked in intensive outpatient treatment with Turning Point Community Programs.
What is Turning Point Community Programs?
It's an intensive outpatient program where we provide services to severely mentally ill patients that receive the highest level of care in the community.
Okay. Does that include individuals who suffer from schizophrenia?
That's correct.
And throughout your career, have you worked with individuals who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, at Yolo County Jail, let's start with today, how many mental health professionals are employed by WellPath assigned to Yolo County Jail?
There are two.
Okay. And who are those two individuals?
Now it's Brandy Halstead and Kelsey Daytrick.
I'd like to direct your attention to the period from May 2003 through May 2023 through September 2023. Were you working for WellPath at that time?
Yes, I was.
Did you have a different position during that time period?
Yes, I did.
What was your position?
I held a mental health professional, and I was full-time at Yolo County.
And so you've subsequently been promoted to a coordinator position?
That's correct.
So from that time period, from May 2023 until September 2023, how many mental health professionals were assigned to the Yolo County Jail?
Two.
And who were those two individuals?
Myself and Brandy Halstead.
In During that time period, was there, for mentally ill inmates, how did they receive psychiatric services?
If the patient met with us and there was a clinical need or request for the patient to see psychiatry, then we would put in a referral for them to see psychiatry.
And who was the psychiatrist that provided services to Guillory County inmates during that time period, once again, May through September of 2023?
Dr. Patricia Tyler?
And was she employed by WellPath at that time?
Yes, she was.
How would Dr. Tyler see patients? Would she come in person, or would she see patients by some other means?
She provided services via telepsychiatry, so it was on a video platform.
Can you explain what telepsychiatry is?
Sure. It's just providing virtual psychiatry via virtual means, so usually via Zoom.
And when you have contact with an inmate in Guillory County Jail who is believed to suffer from mental illness, do you keep any records documenting your contact?
Yes, we do.
How do you keep those records?
We have an electronic health record, so we document every interaction that we have with the patient.
How do you document the interaction?
It's in what's called a sick call in our electronic health record, so we document essentially a progress note in the health record.
And, do you have access to the sick calls documented by Ms. Halstead?
Yes.
And did she have access to the sick calls documented by you?
Yes, she did.
And with Dr. Tyler, did she have access to all the records?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to May 4th of 2023. On that date, did you meet an individual named Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
How did you come into contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I was asked to see him because he was placed on suicide watch prior to my shift. And so when I saw him, he was already on suicide watch in the jail, and I met with him in a booking cell.
What, during this time period, what shift did you work, and days did you work at the Guillory County Jail?
I worked primarily Monday through Friday from 8 to 4.
And what schedule did Ms. Halstead work?
The same.
So are there mental health professionals at the jail on weekends?
Not routinely scheduled.
So you indicated that when you got to work, Mr. Reales Dominguez was on suicide watch.
That's correct.
What is suicide watch?
Suicide watch is a different level of observation for patients that we find to be at higher risk for suicide. And so they're monitored more frequently and seen by the mental health professionals every 24 hours.
If a patient does not express any desire to harm themselves, can they still be placed on suicide watch?
Yes, they can.
What circumstances would a person who says they don't want to harm themselves would be placed on suicide watch?
There are a variety of reasons a patient could be placed on suicide watch. It could be that they demonstrate high risk factors such as serious charges, first time in custody, if they are unable to answer suicide risk questions, or if they are engaging in any sort of self-harming behavior. So there's a variety of reasons.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I do.
What did you note about his appearance and behavior?
I noted he was already dressed in a safety smock, and he was presenting in a very rigid posture with very minimal answers and appeared guarded.
You said he was in a rigid posture.
Yes,
Can rigid posture be a symptom of schizophrenia?
it can be.
And you also indicated he had minimal speech.
Correct.
And can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
You said he was in a safety smock. What is a safety smock?
It is an article of clothing that is suicide resistant that we provide at the jail. Instead of a jumpsuit, they're provided a safety smock if they're on suicide watch.
Is it made of a material that a person could not tear and potentially hang themselves?
Correct.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Reales Dominguez, anything about his emotional expression, his affect?
Yes, I did document that he presented with flat affect.
What is a flat affect?
That is kind of a inability to demonstrate emotion with their facial expression.
And you spoke about rigid posture and minimal speech being symptoms of schizophrenia. Are those potential considered negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
That's correct.
What about a flat affect? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
So when a person is placed on suicide watch, where are they housed?
They are typically housed in the infirmary.
Okay, where is the infirmary?
It is located in the medical wing of the jail.
Is that where your office is?
It is down the hallway, yes.
So what type of cell, are they kept in a cell within the infirmary?
Yes.
Describe the cell.
The cells in the infirmary have a bunk that's made out of concrete. It has a toilet, a sink, and that's it.
What materials, if any, are they allowed to have with them in the cell?
If they're on suicide watch, the only things that they're allowed to have are a safety smock, a safety blanket, and all of their food is provided in a styrofoam tray.
What is the safety blanket?
It is made out of the same material, just so that they can't rip it.
And you said their food is provided on the styrofoam tray.
That's correct.
What type of utensils are they given?
They are not provided utensils.
Why are they not provided utensils?
We try to eliminate anything that they could use to harm themselves when they're on suicide watch.
So, how often is the person's need for suicide watch reassessed?
They are met with, mental health meets with them every 24 hours. Custody staff checks on them every 15 minutes, and then medical, I think it's every 6 hours.
So they have to be checked every 15 minutes?
Correct.
Given how restrictive suicide watch is it something that people reassess every day, whether it's still necessary?
That's correct.
Okay. How frequently do you reassess whether suicide watch is still necessary?
Mental health reassesses every 24 hours.
And from a mental health standpoint, do you want people to be on suicide watch longer than is necessary?
No, we always strive for the least restrictive level of care.
Why do you want it to be the least restrictive level of care? Why is that important?
We want to support their ability to cope with most access to support, to coping skills and supports.
Now, are some people only on suicide watch for a day or two?
That's correct.
Ma'am, if you know, so Mr. Reales Dominguez was placed on suicide watch on May 4th. How many months was he on suicide watch before he was finally released from it?
If I may look at my notes.
Those notes may not have it. Let me ask you this. Do you recall what month he was finally released from suicide watch?
I don't recall, but I do remember that he was on for over 100 days.
So during those 100 days, when he was in his cell, besides the safety smock, the safety blanket, and the styrofoam plate, did he have any other items in the cell with him?
No.
Are they given any reading materials or other types of diversion to pass the time?
No.
And in my questions, I want to focus on the time period. Let me ask you this. At some point, did Mr. Reales Dominguez get an injection of or a dose of antipsychotic medication?
Yes, he did.
And you recall approximately when that first dosage was?
I believe it was mid-July 2023.
Okay. So, ma'am, for my first set of questions, I want to focus on your observations prior to him receiving a dosage of antipsychotic medication.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Reales Dominguez's eating habits?
I did.
And what did you observe?
Can I just interject here? The witness has, it looks like you must have your progress notes with you.
I do.
And that's fine, but I just need to make a record, and she's referencing her notes, so you need to manage that, okay?
What we can do, ma'am, keep the notes down. If you need to look at it to refresh your memory,
Okay.
we can do that. About his eating habits, what do you recall?
I do recall that he ate intermittently and sometimes was placed on a hunger strike.
Now, when I hear the term hunger strike, I think of Cesar Chavez or Gandhi not eating to try to achieve a purpose. Is that what you mean by hunger strike, Mr. Reales Dominguez?
No, in custody, we use hunger strike as a term for when a patient refuses 4 consecutive meals, and it's just a means of tracking if the patient is consuming foods and fluids.
So did Mr. Reales Dominguez ever indicate that he was not eating because he wanted to achieve a specific purpose?
No.
Did he ever explain to you why he was not eating?
He just stated that he didn't have an appetite or just would not respond.
At some point, while he was in, let me back up, was Mr. Reales Dominguez, what was his build when you first saw him? Would you describe him as heavy, thin, when you first saw him on May 4th?
I would say he was average.
That was the first time you'd ever seen him, correct?
That's correct.
So you had no personal knowledge of what his build was a couple years earlier?
No.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez, did his weight change during the months he was on suicide watch?
Yes.
How so?
His weight decreased over time.
Did his lack of eating and drinking, did that result in any trips outside of the jail for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, he was placed on a 5150 hold.
Do you recall how many times, not just a 5150 hold, we'll get to that, but you know how many times he was taken to the emergency room?
I don't recall. I believe it was 2 or 3.
Now, ma'am, in addition to the mental health staff, are there staff who work for WellPath who monitor a patient's physical health?
Yes.
Okay. And are they employees of WellPath as well?
Yes, they are.
And do they keep records of their observations, just like you and Ms. Halstead keep records of your observations?
Yes, they do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit JJ. Ma'am, do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is what we call a flow sheet. It just documents vital signs over time.
And does it also document a weight over time?
Yes, it does.
And is that document made in the regular course of a business at WellPath?
Yes.
And when they make those notations, is it done at or near the time of the act, condition, or event being recorded?
Yes.
And you've already said you're familiar with these records, and you've already described how they're prepared?
Yes.
Are they prepared the same way your mental health records are prepared?
Yes, they are.
And is the method of preparation for these records trustworthy, in your opinion?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
entry on June 26, 2023 by a RN named Gustavo Perez.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Gustavo Perez?
Yes, I am.
Is he an employee in Bump Path?
Yes, he is.
And does it document, does Mr. Perez document how much Mr. Reales Dominguez weighed on June 26th of 2023?
Yes.
And how much did he weigh?
108 pounds.
Did you ever make any effort to encourage Mr. Reales Dominguez to eat?
Yes, I did.
And how would he respond?
He would regularly not respond or could not articulate why he was not eating.
Were there times he would eat small amounts of food?
Yes.
And were there times when he would not eat any meals whatsoever?
That's correct.
Was he ever able to articulate to you why he was not eating other than he wasn't hungry?
No.
During approximately the first month that you interacted with Mr. Reales Dominguez, would you see him basically every day that you were at the jail?
Yes.
During the first month, did he respond to you verbally?
He did.
How would you describe the verbal responses that you received?
There were very minimal responses, often 1 to 3 words. He appeared very guarded, but he did respond verbally.
But would you ask him how he was feeling?
Yes.
And what was his response almost every time?
He would say good.
Given that he did not have anything in his cell, did you ever have an opportunity to observe what he was doing when he was sitting in his cell?
He did.
And what would you observe him doing?
Oftentimes just laying on his bunk or just sitting there.
And when he was sitting there, did you ever see him staring at anything?
Just staring at the wall.
Would you observe him staring at the wall for long periods of time?
Yes.
Ma'am, from your experience, can that type of behavior be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, did you ever offer to put anything up on his jail cell for him to look at so he could have some sort of stimulation, for lack of a better word?
I did request that, yes.
What did you suggest?
I suggested that we put up either lyrics or some sort of reading material, but unfortunately that's not permitted at the jail.
So you wanted to put basically tape up on his cell some song lyrics or reading material?
Yes.
Had he mentioned to you at some point that he liked music,
He did.
but you were not able to do that?
No.
And during this 100-day period, were you constantly reassessing to see if you could take him off suicide watch?
Yes.
During once again, the first period before he received any antipsychotic medication, did you ever observe Mr. Reales Dominguez display any sort of emotion?
No.
Did you ever see him laugh?
No.
Did you ever see him smile?
No.
Did you ever see him cry?
No.
Did you ever observe any sort of emotion other than that blank flat effect?
No.
And a flat effect is not emotion, it's the absence of emotion, correct?
Correct.
And that complete lack of emotion, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, when someone is in suicide watch, is there a day room that they can go to?
Yes, there is.
What is the day room?
It is just the center of the other cells in the infirmary.
If a person on suicide watch, how long each day do they have the opportunity to go out into the day room?
Approximately 1 hour a day.
And what sort of activities can they do when they're in the day room?
They can watch TV, they can read, or make phone calls.
And while they're in the day room, is someone observing them so it can be ensured they're not harming themselves?
Yes, that's correct.
During the 100 days he was on suicide watch, did Mr. Reales ever come out into the day room?
Not that I recall.
During, I'm asking your personal observations, to your knowledge, did he ever take a shower?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever brush his teeth?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever go out and watch television?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever see him on his own make a phone call?
No.
How did his physical appearance change over these 100 days when he's not showering, brushing his teeth? Can you describe what you observed?
His personal hygiene did decline. He became more malodorous and disheveled. He just did not appear to take care of himself when he was on suicide watch.
Malodorous, if a person doesn't shower for 3 months, would it be fair to say they become extremely malodorous?
Correct.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez extremely malodorous?
Yes, he was.
And is a decline in personal hygiene, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Can be.
What about eye contact? When you would try to communicate with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you know anything about his ability to maintain eye contact?
He had very minimal eye contact or would look beyond me when I was talking to him.
And would you try to stand directly in front of him?
Yes.
What do you mean by looking beyond you?
Oftentimes staring at something behind me or just appearing distracted.
So would you put yourself in a position where he would kind of have to make eye contact and he would look beyond you?
Yes,
Is an inability to make eye contact, can that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
it can be.
Now, do you recall incidents where Mr. Reales Dominguez made statements indicating he believed he was still a student at UC Davis?
Yes.
What do you recall?
He said that he needed to meet with his counselor to talk about his classes.
And did he want you to set anything up for him so he could meet with his counselor?
I believe he requested either a phone call or a Zoom meeting with his counselor.
Now, at that time, did you know that Mr. Reales Dominguez was no longer a student at UC Davis?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you become aware of that?
Yes.
Did you ever confront him with the fact that he was not a student at UC Davis?
I don't believe I did.
Why not?
I was still trying to build rapport with him. He minimally engaged, and so I didn't want to address that at that time.
Did his verbal speech change, his verbal response change over time?
Yes, they did.
How did it change?
Eventually, he stopped responding verbally.
And how would he respond?
He would oftentimes just shake his head yes or no, or he would give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
On approximately May 19th, did you author an email to superiors at the Guillory County Jail requesting that Mr. Reales Dominguez be referred for a 5150 evaluation?
May I refer to my notes?
Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
What is a 5150 evaluation?
It is an evaluation done by a clinician to determine if he meets criteria to be involuntarily hospitalized.
And what criteria has to be satisfied for a person to be involuntarily hospitalized?
There are 3 different types of holds. They can be on a hold for danger to self, danger to others, or grave disability.
What did you believe would be the grounds for Mr. Reales Dominguez to be placed on a 5150 hold?
I believed that he was gravely disabled.
Now, is a 5150 hold limited to people inside a jail, or can anyone in the community potentially be placed on a 5150 hold?
It's not limited to people in custody. It can be for people in the community as well.
how common is it for someone in custody to be placed on a 5150 hold?
It's pretty uncommon.
Why is it pretty uncommon?
Most of the time, we can meet the patient's needs while they're in custody.
And by we, you mean the WellPath staff?
That's correct.
So when you recommended a 5150 evaluation, were you concerned that you could not meet Mr. Reales Dominguez's current needs?
Yes.
Was he taken to a hospital on a 5150 evaluation?
Yes, he was.
You recall how long he was gone for?
I do not recall.
Ultimately, did he return?
Yes, he did.
Ma'am, in your experience, you said it is uncommon for people in jail to be placed on 5150s holds. How common is this for a hospital to actually accept someone who's coming from the jail?
It's pretty uncommon.
Okay. Why is that?
I think there's a few different factors. One is that most of the time, so there are a couple different factors that I believe contribute. There are the fact that most of the time the jail can provide and meet the needs of the patient, and then also it is a security concern as far as having officers staffed at the hospital.
And because of the charges that Mr. Reales Dominguez was in custody for, there needed to be officers at the hospital with him, correct?
That's correct.
For any inmate, there has to be officers, is that correct?
Yes.
During the time he was in the suicide watch, did Mr. Reales Dominguez ever complain about anything?
Not that I recall.
At some point, did you reach out to Mr. Reales Dominguez's mother?
Yes, I did.
Why did you reach out to Mr. Reales Dominguez's mother?
I was trying to obtain any history or collateral information regarding his mental health or substance use that might be relevant to his treatment.
And don't tell what was said, but did you speak to his mother on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you use an interpreter?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get Mr. Reales Dominguez to speak to his mother during that incident?
No, I did not.
Like, direct your attention to June 2nd, and if you can't remember, you can refresh your memory. Did Mr. Reales Dominguez make any other statement about being concerned that he was missing his classes?
May I refer to my notes? He did. He expressed interest in school and that he was feeling upset due to missing school.
So this is on June 2nd?
That's correct.
At this point, if you recall, did you realize he'd been terminated from UC Davis?
I don't recall.
Now, ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to an incident that happened between June 6th and June 9th. Do you ever recall a situation where Mr. Reales Dominguez had something unusual on his face?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
I recall him being disheveled and having mucus on his face.
Describe how this mucus was on his face.
It was just hanging out of his nose.
So it was I don't want to put words in your mouth, it was basically like a stream of mucus hanging from his nose.
That's correct.
Did you observe it?
Yes, I did.
How long was this string of mucus?
I don't know the exact length.
But was it just a little thing coming out of his nose, or was it pretty significant?
It was pretty significant.
Would describing how an icicle hangs off a building, would that be kind of an appropriate description?
Yes.
Now, I'm sure everyone's had experience where they may have something hanging from their nose and then they wipe it away. You would agree that's a common experience?
Yes.
How many days did this basically icicle mucus remain on Mr. Reales Dominguez's nose without him wiping it away?
May I reference my notes, Your Honor?
Okay.
From my documentation, it looks like I documented it for at least 2 consecutive days.
When was the first date? If you look at June 6th, did you document it on June 6th?
Yes, I did.
And look at June 9th.
Yes, I did.
So he had this basically icicle of mucus hanging from his nose from June 6th to June 9th.
Yes.
And based on your observations, is it something that if he had simply put his hand to his nose and wiped, he could have knocked it off?
Yes.
Given that he wasn't showering, did you ever encourage him to do something as an alternative to showering?
I did.
What did you encourage him to do?
I encouraged him to use the sink in his cell just to kind of wipe himself down.
Did he do that?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, ma'am, at some point on approximately June 21st, did you become aware that Dr. Patricia Tyler made a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
Were you involved in that decision?
It's a collaborative effort amongst our team, yes.
Explain what went into that decision.
Oftentimes, it'll be conversations between the clinicians and the psychiatrist to discuss the clinical presentation of the patient, and it's ultimately the provider's decision whether or not they choose to initiate an involuntary medication.
And who's the provider?
That's Dr. Patricia Tyler.
Now, prior to June 21st, had Mr. Reales Dominguez been offered antipsychotic medication to take voluntarily?
Yes, he had.
What was his response?
He declined.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez ever admit any mental health symptoms whatsoever?
No.
In your experience, is it common for people with schizophrenia to often deny that they have a mental illness?
Yes.
So, are you familiar with kind of the steps that must be taken to give someone emergency medication involuntarily?
Yes.
Is the jail allowed to basically give an emergency dose without first going to a court in certain circumstances?
In certain circumstances, yes.
And then ultimately, do they have to go to a court to get a further order?
Yes, they do.
Do you recall when Mr. Reales Dominguez received his first dosage of emergency antipsychotic medication?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory to look at the notes?
Yes.
I direct your attention to July 13th.
Yes, it does look like he received the emergency medication on July 13th, 2023.
And was that just one dose?
I believe so.
Ma'am, in your experience, when people receive antipsychotic medication, does one dose fix it, or does it often take several months of regular medication to stabilize?
Typically, it requires ongoing medication adherence to stabilize.
If Dr. Tyler made her recommendation on June 21st, if you know, why did it take until July 13th for Mr. Reales Dominguez to get his first dose of antipsychotic medication?
I believe it just was a requirement to get the court order.
You weren't, there were people above your pay grade who were doing this situation?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that on August 3rd, there was a court order authorizing involuntary antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
And when Mr. Reales Dominguez was presented with that court order, did he physically refuse the medication or did he acquiesce and take it?
I believe he took it.
And did you continue to see Mr. Reales Dominguez from August 3rd up until it was mid-September when he went to Custodial State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you administer or give him the antipsychotic medication? Or would you be one of the persons who would do it?
No.
Who would administer it?
That would be a nurse.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Reales Dominguez during that first 5 or 6 weeks where he was taking medication but before going to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you notice any changes?
I did.
What changes did you notice once he started taking medication?
He became increasingly engaged with mental health. He was able to engage verbally.
So when he started, by the time he received antipsychotic medication, was he even communicating at all at that point or no?
No.
Okay. So once he started taking medication, his verbal engagement improved?
Yes.
What else did you notice?
I do recall him having improved hygiene at that point as well.
Did he start taking some showers?
I believe so.
What else did you notice? This once again after he received the antipsychotic medication.
His affect improved. We saw him smile for the first time. He was able to engage in spontaneous conversation.
And do you still see Mr. Reales Dominguez at the jail?
I don't work there full time anymore, so not regularly.
But even though you saw him smile once, did he still have generally a flat affect even after taking medication?
Yes, he did.
Ma'am, in your experience, is it common for some people with schizophrenia, even after they take medication, to still have that flat affect, negative symptom?
Yes.
Anything else you can recall about improvements you saw from when he started taking the antipsychotic medication until he left for Custodial State Hospital?
He was eating more routinely.
And obviously, you did not see him while he was at Custodial State Hospital.
That's correct.
Were you still in your position when he returned from Custodial State Hospital in January of 2024?
No.
So you were not interacting with Mr. Since his return from the state hospital, do you interact with Mr. Reales Dominguez on a regular basis?
No.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Demora, cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Ms. Gutierrez, a couple of questions about Mr. Reales Dominguez being placed on suicide watch. Now, when you first saw him at the county jail and you interacted with him, he never made statements about wanting to harm himself, correct?
Correct.
And he never made statements about wanting to harm other people, right?
That's correct.
And so he was placed on suicide watch. You said there are a number of factors to consider. One are the seriousness of the charges, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder are very serious charges.
Correct.
And that is common with other inmates who are brought into the county jail who have similar charges, correct?
That's correct.
You also look at whether someone has been in custody for the first time, as whether to place that person on suicide watch, and you knew that this was Ms. Reales Dominguez's first time in the jail, correct?
Correct.
And so you would agree that those factors themselves, the seriousness of the charges, his first time in the county jail, those weigh more heavily in whether to determine to place him on suicide watch, correct?
Correct.
And so during the time, the 100 days or so that he was on suicide watch, at no point did you see or learn of any times that Mr. Reales Dominguez attempted to hurt someone else physically?
Correct.
And in your interactions with him, he never got physically violent with you, right?
That's correct.
He never made physical contact with you, correct?
Correct.
Never swung a punch at you?
No.
Never made a stabbing motion or something similar to you?
No.
And so your concern with him was about him being able to take care of himself, correct?
Correct.
It was never about whether he would harm you or one of your coworkers.
That's correct.
And no one, to your knowledge, ever expressed a fear of him harming them or another member of the jail, correct?
Not that I recall.
Now that suicide safety smock that you talked about, he doesn't get a choice whether he wears that, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's determined either by WellPath or by the jail, right?
That's a jail policy, yes.
And you would agree that when Mr. Reales Dominguez first came into the jail, that was the first time you actually met and interacted with him, right?
That's correct.
You never saw him outside of the jail and how he'd interact with other people, correct?
Correct.
You spoke to his mother at one point to try to determine things that may be helpful in his mental health treatment, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't talk to or reach out to any of his former roommates to see how he had been behaving or engaging with them prior to his arrest, right?
That's correct.
And so you would agree that the information you had about how he behaved outside of jail was limited, right?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, would you agree that a person who has a mental health issue, once they go into a custodial setting, like a jail or a prison, something that is confined, where their movement is restricted, that they can tend to decompensate?
That's correct.
And when I say decompensate, meaning that their symptoms can get worse in the custodial setting, right?
Correct.
And those symptoms that they exhibit in the custodial setting aren't necessarily the symptoms and signs and behaviors that they exhibited outside of that, right?
That could be.
And so, with someone with schizophrenia, if they're in this custodial setting, they may be, for the first time being in jail, they may start showering less, correct?
Sometimes.
Sometimes eating less.
Sometimes.
Sometimes they could get more violent if they have a violent tendency, correct?
Sometimes.
Now, where Mr. Reales Dominguez was being housed, you said he was in the infirmary, correct?
Correct.
And other than with jail staff, he has very limited interaction with other inmates at the jail, correct?
Correct.
And because you weren't able to put up lyrics or things in his cell, there's not a whole lot to do in there, right?
Correct.
It's kind of, you just lay in bed or walk around your cell, right?
Yes.
And from your experiences, your experience with interacting with inmates, treating inmates, most aren't happy to be in custody, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeMora. Mr. Hutchinson, redirect?
Yes.
Other than the change in verbal, when you went from a few words words to no response, and increased weight loss, all those symptoms you saw, flat effect, lack of eye contact, the staring, were all those present from the first moment you met Mr. Reales Dominguez?
They were present, but they definitely worsened over time.
So this was not, he was placed on suicide watch from the moment he got there, correct?
Yes.
There are situations when a person comes into jail in general population and is later placed in suicide watch.
That's correct.
Based on your personal experience, how many other attorneys, how many other inmates can you think of who've been on suicide watch for over 100 days other than Carlos Reales Dominguez?
At my time at Yolo County, probably less than 5.
And were all those individuals severely mentally ill?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you if he had limited interaction with other inmates. When he's on suicide watch, does he have any interaction with other inmates?
The only time that he would have access to other inmates is during his day room if he went up to another infirmary cell.
But did he ever come out into the day room?
No, not that I remember.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gutierrez, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And have a great day.
Thank you. Should I leave these here?
Mr. Hutchinson, did you hand the notes to her?
She can do them, that's fine. Or she can have them, doesn't.
Well, I don't want her to take anything she didn't come with. So
Okay,
if
I'll
you,
take it.
yeah, you get them back. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, next witness.
Defense calls Dr. Patricia Tyler.
Okay, let's get Dr. Tyler. I'm going to stand up and stretch. We're going to take a break in 15 minutes or so. Thank you. All right. And good morning, Dr. Tyler. Thank you for being here. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer the oath, then I'll have you take the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. If you do solemnly swear, the testimony you're about to give, the cause not being for the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
I'm so sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
That's all right. Can you spell your whole name?
Patricia Tyler, Patricia, Tyler, Tyler.
Okay, great. And are you comfortable? You want to move the chair in and maybe bring the mic down a little bit? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examination.
Good morning, Dr. Tyler. What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And what is a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist is a physician who specializes in treatment of mental disorders.
And is a psychiatrist a medical doctor?
Yes.
How long have you been a practicing psychiatrist?
Since 1984.
Can you describe your educational background to become a psychiatrist?
After college, you go to medical school for 4 years, and at the end of medical school, when you get your MD or doctorate of medicine, then I did 4 years of training specifically in psychiatry.
Where did you get your undergrad degree at?
Atlantic Union College,
And what was that degree in?
biology.
And where did you go to medical school?
Loma Linda Medical School,
And where did you do your residency?
University of California, Irvine.
And what positions have you held as a practicing psychiatrist?
I've practiced psychiatry in a lot of different positions. I started in private practice when I first got out of psychiatry residency, and then I moved up to Northern California, and I was the medical director at Napa County. And then I later was the medical director at Napa State Hospital.
Let me stop you there. When you say you were the medical director at Napa County, what do you mean by that?
That means I was in charge of any psychiatrist and nursing associated with provision of medicine for psychiatric patients.
So you were the boss?
I was the boss of that portion.
Okay.
It was part of Health and Human Services, which has social work and chemical dependency and a whole bunch of other departments, but yes.
And you said you were then the medical director at Napa State Hospital?
Yes.
What is Napa State Hospital?
Napa State Hospital is one of the largest psychiatric hospitals in the United States. It, at this time, is primarily patients who are committed to the state hospital as a result of either being accused of a crime or having been found not guilty by reason of insanity, or sometimes on a conservatorship but can't be managed in the community.
How long were you the director at Napa State Hospital?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure. I've never been good at dates, to tell you the truth, but a while.
Okay. Can you give a rough estimate of how many years?
Like 8 years or something like that.
At some point, did you leave Napa State Hospital and go into another area of practice?
Yes, I retired as the medical director at Napa State Hospital and was sort of unsuccessful at retiring. So I decided to continue some work, and I worked as a direct clinical psychiatrist in various jails.
And who was your employer when you worked as a clinical psychiatrist in jails?
Well, they've changed names a couple of times, but essentially the company is now known as WellPath.
And ma'am, over the course of your career, have you treated patients who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the negative and positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the criteria that psychiatrists rely on in diagnosing someone with schizophrenia?
Yes.
And can you even give an estimate of how many patients with schizophrenia you have treated or seen in some capacity over your career?
I have no idea. Many.
You know, I'd like to offer Dr. Tyler as an expert in psychiatry and schizophrenia.
Can you walk here? All right, we have a qualified expert.
Now, Dr. Tyler, very briefly, can you explain to the jury what is schizophrenia?
Schizophrenia is a mental disorder that usually presents with symptoms which are called prodromal, which is sort of the beginning of schizophrenia, and then develops into active symptoms. So prodromal symptoms would be, and this usually occurs in late teens to early adulthood, and sometimes for women a little bit later than that. But the early symptoms of schizophrenia are deterioration in the person's social functioning, their ability to function academically, the ability to work, where they just sort of withdraw or are not able to continue their normal pattern of success. And then in the active phase of schizophrenia, a patient can have symptoms of hallucinations, delusions, or paranoia, sometimes very odd speech, and then sometimes they will have very odd behaviors where they're just staring. And the last criteria is what's called negative symptoms, which is really the absence of normal responses. So an example would be somebody with schizophrenia often will have a very blank look on their face. They're not smiling, they're not frowning, they're just kind of like not there. The other pronounced thing that happens in negative symptoms is they don't have ambition or the ability to be motivated to do anything normal.
I want to talk about some of the negative symptoms. Can minimal speech, poverty of speech, can that be a negative symptom?
A lack of speech, or what we call poverty of speech, is a negative symptom where they just sort of quit talking.
And what about an inability to maintain eye contact? Is that a negative symptom?
Yeah, it's not necessarily that they're not looking at you, but it's like they're looking through you. You're not. It's a very unusual way of eye contact.
And what about concrete, simplistic thinking? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes. So in concrete thinking, you know, when you have something happens or whatever, there's consequences of that, and it's almost as if they're not able to kind of think it through. And the way that we test for that as a psychiatrist, for instance, is what we call proverbs. So somebody might say, you know, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. And we'll ask them to interpret what that means. And normally people will say, well, you know, don't accuse somebody of something that you're doing, or a more in-depth understanding of it. But somebody with schizophrenia will often just respond by saying, well, you know, don't live in glass. But it doesn't make any sense. It's not looking at the deeper meaning of things.
Now, you mentioned the lack of motivation. Is that a term called avulsion?
Yes.
And is that spelled Avolition?
Yes.
Some attorney may accidentally pronounce that as abolition?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's pronounced avulsion, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about a reduced experience of pleasure? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes. So, I mean, it can be a symptom of other things as well, but often people who are developing schizophrenia lose interest in their normal hobbies or activities and just sort of sit around doing nothing.
And what about slowing of movements? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be. So sometimes people with schizophrenia just stand in one spot for a very, very, very long time.
And what about maintenance of rigid or unusual postures? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
How about distrust of others?
Pardon me?
Distrust of others.
Yeah, we call that paranoia.
And you've already mentioned social withdrawal. That can be an early symptom of schizophrenia.
Yes.
What is catatonia?
Catatonia is when an individual with schizophrenia, usually at a very severe stage, just literally quits moving at all, sometimes in a very odd posture, and it can be a life-threatening condition.
Now, I'm going to go back to your position with WellPath. Were you working for WellPath in May of 2023 through August of 2023?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working during that time period?
I was a psychiatrist treating patients or inmates at the jail.
And how did you treat inmates at Guillory County Jail? Did you come to Guillory County Jail, or did you see them through some other means?
Mostly I did remote psychiatric treatment, which means that the patients brought to a place where there's a computer and they talk to me like via Zoom, or like, I don't know whether you could talk to your kids on FaceTime, but it's something like that.
And did you have access to the records and notes made by Amy Gutierrez and Brandy Halstead?
Yes,
In May of, on May 16th of 2023, did you meet a patient by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
Describe what you the first time you observed him on this telepsychiatry. Was there anything about his appearance that you took note of?
Well, what I recall, of course, it's been a long time, but what I recall is when he first came to see me, he had long hair that he was wearing over his eyes. So I really couldn't see his face. It almost went down to his chin. It was very dirty, not poorly groomed. He was hardly speaking. It was difficult to elicit more than 1 or 2 word answers to many questions I had. And I mean, that's initially what I would say.
And when you first met him, did you have access to any collateral information beyond your observations and Miss Halstead and Gutierrez's notes?
No.
Now, do you recall what dates you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez via telepsychiatry?
I don't know them off the top of my head, no.
But at some point, did you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
Why did you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
Well, I had seen him by that time, or attempted to see him a number of times, and besides concluding that he was suffering from some sort of active psychotic condition, more importantly, it was reported to me and the records reflected that he had had repetitive episodes of not eating or drinking sufficiently to maintain his bodily functions, and he had had to be sent out to the emergency room several occasions. His laboratory functions indicated that he wasn't eating or drinking sufficiently. He was already very thin when I saw him. His BMI was quite low. And it was my conclusion that this was most likely something that he was doing not because he had some wish for some secondary gain or an outcome, but more as a result of mental illness, which we often do see in the acute phase of schizophrenia, where somebody becomes paranoid. They just quit eating sometimes, to the point that you really are concerned about their ability for their organs to function properly.
Now, as you say here today, you don't recall the specific date, but assume that you made this recommendation June 21st. You can assume for purposes of question. Was there a delay between the time you made your recommendation and Mr. Reales Dominguez actually getting the first dose of antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
When you make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, when do you want it to be administered?
Immediately.
Why is it important for emergency antipsychotic medication to be administered immediately?
Because I had concluded that he was at risk of harming his bodily functions, his kidney, his liver, his brain, his bloodstream, etc.
Now, doctor, do you recall how many weeks went by before Mr. Reales Dominguez received the first dose of emergency antipsychotic medication that you recommended?
I don't recall that.
Let me stop you there. Dr. Tyler, we've been going for a while, so we're going to take a mid-morning break. I know you just got started, but we have covered some ground. You're excused, and we're going to see you back in 15 minutes, okay?
Okay.
15-minute break for everyone. Remember the 3-part admonition: don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. To the jury, enjoy your break. Thank you. be back on the record outside, excuse me, with the jury, I should say, and after the morning break. And let's resume Dr. Tyler's testimony. She's on direct with Attorney Hutchinson. Go ahead.
Dr. Tyler, when we left off, I was talking about your order for voluntary antipsychotic medication. I just wanted to back up and ask a question I failed to ask. Is disorganized thinking, is that a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And what is disorganized thinking?
That's when one thought doesn't follow another in an organized fashion, or it doesn't make any sense.
And what about disorganized speech? Is that a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What do you mean by disorganized speech?
That would be the expression of one thought not following another in an organized or logical fashion.
Going back to your recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, if a patient is willing to voluntarily take medication, do you have to make such an order?
No.
So does that order only come into place where you have a patient unwilling to take medication?
Well, it's that as well as eminently needing emergency medication.
From your experiences, is it common for people with schizophrenia to believe that they're not ill?
Yes.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that?
A lack of insight is what we call it technically, but it's where the person suffering from schizophrenia isn't aware that their thinking doesn't make any sense, isn't logical, that the things that they believe might be happening are actually not happening, are not real, and they don't understand that they might be putting themselves at risk in terms of the way they're behaving, or that their actions towards others don't make any sense or are dangerous.
Just a moment. What's the medical term for lack of insight?
Lack of insight?
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Is it common for people with schizophrenia to deny any mental health symptoms?
Yes.
And is that due to the lack of insight?
Yes.
Dr. Tyler, are you familiar with the term a first break?
Yes.
What is a first break?
It's the first time that an individual who has schizophrenia experiences an acute phase of the illness where they're having the active symptoms of schizophrenia, such as hearing voices, delusions, paranoia, disorganized speech and behavior.
Is the lack of insight more common with someone experiencing a first break as opposed to a person who's had experience, received medication, and received treatment?
I'd say it's more intense, not necessarily always more frequent.
What do you mean by more intense?
Well, if you're having a delusion, like whatever the delusion might be, some people think that God sent them down to save the world, for instance, and that God specifically has asked them to kill their dog. Then if they're believing that, they don't have any understanding of what's really happening, so they have a lack of insight and don't believe that they need to have medication because they think those things are real. It's a very intense belief that it's real. They may take action on those beliefs, for instance. And even even when somebody's been treated, I see many individuals with schizophrenia who are doing much better than they used to. They're on medication, they're better, but they still may believe that they don't actually have an illness, or that they don't need to take this medication, which is one of the reasons why people quit taking medication frequently after being on it and doing better, and then they'll quit. They'll end up getting ill again and then get rehospitalized or end up in trouble again.
But are there also patients with schizophrenia who, after receiving treatment, develop insights and accept the fact that they have schizophrenia?
Yes, there are, although it's a lot less than I wish.
Let's go back to your order for involuntary medication. Once again, I asked you to assume that you made that order on June 21st, and you can also assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez did not receive his first dosage of antipsychotic medication until July 13th. do you know, based on your personal knowledge, what caused that delay?
You know, it was and still remains somewhat confusing to me.
What happened?
Well, I actually, before I did the order, it was my recollection that I wrote a note and that I requested help from the mental health staff to find out what the policy was in Yolo County Jail for emergency medication. Each jail has different policies based upon their own structure and abilities and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't entirely certain what those policies were. But eventually I was told that yes, they do have a policy around emergency medication. I reviewed what that policy was. I determined that that Mr. Dominguez met those criteria, and I wrote the order. After that, there was a very long delay, and I'm not entirely certain what happened.
I mean, listen very carefully to my question. Did you become aware that a registered nurse who worked for WellPath contacted another psychiatrist, essentially trying to overrule you?
My recollection is I asked one of the mental health staff, Brandy, whether it was possible to do emergency medication for this particular patient. And as I recall, I was told that a psychiatrist, a supervising psychiatrist who doesn't work at the jail, had determined that he shouldn't be given it.
Okay. At that point, did you have a communication with this, where was this supervising psychiatrist located at?
I don't entirely know where he was working or where he's physically located.
But was he someone who'd actually seen Mr. Reales Dominguez?
No.
Did you have a conversation with this psychiatrist?
I did.
And did you explain to him your reasons for ordering emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
And after you explained your reasons, did he agree with you 100%?
He indicated that he agreed with me.
And so you don't have personal knowledge of which person at WellPath reached out to this psychiatrist, correct?
I am not entirely certain.
And you don't know what was told to this psychiatrist?
All I recall is that Dr. Dalmasi said that it was presented in a very different way.
In other words, what had been told to him was different than what you had told him.
Yes.
And this was Dr. Dalmasi?
Yes.
Now, at the time you were making this order for emergency antipsychotic medication, you did not have any, still did not have any collateral information, meaning statements from people who knew Mr. Reales Dominguez before he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, on August 3rd, did you have to testify at a hearing before a court to get a permanent order for involuntary medication?
Yes.
Prior to that hearing, did you have an opportunity to review collateral information, including witness statements from Mr. Reales Dominguez's friends, former girlfriend, roommates, and coworker?
I recall that I did.
And based on your observations and that collateral information, when you testified at the hearing, did you offer a diagnosis of what mental illness Mr. Reales Dominguez suffered from?
Yes.
And what was that diagnosis?
Schizophrenia.
Did you continue to see Mr. Reales Dominguez before he left for Custodial State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you observe any improvement once he began taking antipsychotic medication regularly?
Somewhat, yes.
Doctor, does antipsychotic medication, is this situation one dose fixes it, or can it take a considerable period of time for a person to stabilize on the medication?
For its full beneficial effect, it actually can take quite a number of months.
How many months can it take for antipsychotic medication to have its full beneficial effect?
Well, I think if you look in the physician's desk reference, which is a big book from each of the drug companies on how medications work, and I recall that it can take 2 to 6 months for the full effect of a particular medication, but that assumes like no need to change the dose and no side effects and compliance and all of that kind of stuff. So,
Thank you, Dr. Tyler. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then Mr. Vanderhook, cross.
good morning.
I'd like to ask you some questions, just for the sake of this question, just assume please that a mental illness is present. So please don't take any of these questions as trying to imply that there's no mental illness present or anything like that. But I would like to get some information from you. Is there a difference between forensic and clinical psychology?
Psychology?
Abou. You can answer.
Yes, or forensic or clinical psychiatric evaluation?
Yes.
And what is it that you engage in?
I've done both, but for the purposes of this patient, I was doing a clinical evaluation.
Understood. What's the difference between clinical and forensic evaluation?
A clinical evaluation's primary goal is to treat the patient. A forensic evaluation is usually to determine an answer to a legal question in regards to a psychiatric condition.
And so, is there some controversy surrounding forensic
It's
evaluation?
actually outside the scope.
Okay, that is sustained.
Is there less is clinical psychiatric evaluation controversial at all?
Well, there's controversy in the world on every topic, and
That's fair. Is the controversial nature fairly limited?
I wouldn't say so, no.
All right. Is it fair to say that for clinical evaluations, the purpose is for treating what is currently being presented rather than trying to look to the past?
No, because you often can't figure out what you're treating unless you understand what has happened in the past.
Right, but as far as making a diagnosis and that sort of thing, you're trying to diagnose what's going on now, and you're not trying to answer questions about what the proper diagnosis would have been in a past time, correct?
No.
Okay, how's that?
Well, for instance, in the case of schizophrenia, one of the things you have to determine is how long the symptoms have been going on, what the patient's baseline functioning was before any symptoms arrived. So history is important to determine what the patient has and what you need to treat.
Understood. And so you need the history to be able to diagnose what it is you're being presented with, correct?
That's ideal.
And sometimes, such as working in custodial situations, you don't necessarily have that history right away, correct?
Very often.
And it sounds like your experience in the area of custodial settings is extensive.
I would say yes.
Are you familiar with the term decompensating?
Yes.
What is decompensating? What does it mean to decompensate?
That's usually used in the psychiatric sense that somebody's getting worse.
And is decompensation particularly prevalent in custodial settings?
Could you clarify more what you mean by that?
You see that a lot.
Do I see people decompensating? I often see people pretty upset about being in jail. Decompensating, if that's what you're using the word, that's not necessarily what I use the word to indicate, though.
Right, so for you, decompensating is that their symptoms of mental health are getting worse over time, correct?
Correct.
And so, in a custodial setting, there's a lot of environmental factors that could potentially cause a person's condition to get worse over time, correct?
Well, prisons and jails are pretty unpleasant places, yes.
And so, especially if someone's not receiving medication or treatment, then their symptoms can be getting worse based on the environment that they're in, correct?
Well, it depends on what's wrong.
Okay, what about someone who has schizophrenia?
Most people would say, and I would agree, that jails and prisons are not a good place for people with schizophrenia.
And so, when a person is put into jail or prison, they are taken away from their normal environment, correct?
Yeah.
And can that have a negative psychological effect on people?
Yes?
Particularly people with schizophrenia, can that be something that would cause them to decompensate?
I have seen patients with schizophrenia do quite poorly, and more poorly than they were in other settings, depending upon what other setting they were coming from. If they're coming from the streets and using drugs and or a very, very negative environment, it may not be different, but generally people would agree jails and prisons are not good for people with schizophrenia. They don't do well.
Understood. And being placed in jail is you're in a highly restricted environment. As far as if you're a prisoner, you have limited movement, you're in a cell and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes.
And is that something that could contribute to a person with schizophrenia decompensating?
Repeat the question?
Being in a highly restricted environment like a prison, can that lead to someone decompensating, particularly someone with schizophrenia?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily the restrictions that cause the difficulties. I think it's more jails and prisons aren't places where your primary goal is to make people feel better.
When people are subject to stresses, can that exacerbate psychological conditions?
Yes.
And so, is being placed in a highly restrictive environment one such stressor?
It can be for some people.
And being taken out of their normal environment could also be one of those stressors?
It can be.
And if a person is facing charges of a serious nature, could that be a stressor that would affect a person?
Certainly.
And this question may be true for all people, but particularly people who have some kind of illness. Do you have experience with people being picky about food and what type of food they eat?
Well, I would say most inmates I see don't like jail food. It's not known for its great tastiness.
Understood. No one's going to argue that. But just as far as that when they have access to specialized foods, that they want to get their specialized foods.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay. Are there people who have mental illnesses or some kind of issue that they restrict what they want or what they eat to only certain items?
Well, some people with a severe mental illness, such as schizophrenia, because of their paranoia, for instance, I've seen them, they will only eat food if it's from an unopened container. If that's answering your question, I'm not sure, but...
Well, let me ask you, let me rephrase this a different way. People in jail, do they have access to the same food that they had access to when they were not in jail?
Well, some people come from the streets, so actually they have better food, but, I really, generally speaking, if they weren't living on the streets, their food is a lot more restricted, assuming they don't have commissary, of course, but...
All right, so food is more restricted in jail, correct?
Yes.
Could that be a stressor that, a person likes to eat a particular food, but they don't have access to that, could that just be something that increases the potential level of stress?
It's not a common thing that people attribute their stress to.
Okay. Well, does a person's recreational drug use, does that have
Question outside scope.
Wait, just a moment, just a moment. I'm going to overrule that objection and allow it. Go ahead.
is that something that people will do, or if they're using drugs outside of custody, are they able to continue to use?
Wait, hold on. I'll allow the question as it relates to the medical condition of schizophrenia, but not generally as their patient use and so forth.
Understood.
Yeah, that line of questioning is appropriate for the doctor.
Do people have the same access to drugs in jail that they have out of jail?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
Can people stopping their drug use affect decompensation?
Yes.
How so?
Well, if, for instance, if somebody is addicted to heroin and they get arrested and put in jail and then don't have any access to any similar substance, then they experience withdrawal physically, and it also affects them mentally.
Are there some drugs that people can take that would have an effect on the symptoms that they're experiencing?
Object outside scope, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd be glad to give counsel direction. Thank you. Give me just a second, folks. Off record. With respect to the objection, it was sustained, but I provided legal guidance to counsel, and so go ahead.
And so, if a person is suffering effects from schizophrenia, can their use of marijuana affect the symptoms that they are experiencing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So, if a person is suffering from schizophrenia
Uh-huh.
and they use marijuana, can marijuana have an effect on the symptoms that they have?
It can.
And are there many people who report that using marijuana helps them with their symptoms that they're experiencing?
I've certainly had inmates or outpatient who have schizophrenia who tell me that it helps them sleep.
And so if a person is used to using marijuana to help manage the symptoms that they're experiencing, would suddenly taking away their access to marijuana be a stressor on them in a custodial setting?
A stressor, yes.
And all these kind of stressors are things that could cause a person to decompensate or increase the rate at which they decompensate, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Decompensation in the sense that I use it in a psychiatric sense doesn't just mean that they're unhappy or they're not feeling comfortable. It means the symptoms of schizophrenia in this case become much worse.
Right. And so if someone has symptoms and they're subject to stresses in the custodial setting, their symptoms could get worse, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you briefly about symptoms of schizophrenia. And so there was some discussion about symptoms. And so positive symptoms of schizophrenia could include delusions, correct?
Yes.
Hallucinations, correct?
Yes.
Disorganized thinking and speech, correct?
Yes.
Disorganized or abnormal motor behavior, correct?
Yes.
And you have some negative symptoms such as reduced emotional expression, correct?
Yes.
And decreased speech or poverty of speech, correct?
Yes.
And loss of motivation, correct?
Yes.
Social withdrawal, correct?
Yeah.
And there could be some cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia as well. Is difficulty with attention and concentration a symptom of schizophrenia?
Can be, yes.
What about problems with executive function?
Yes.
And what is executive function?
It's your judgment, your ability to evaluate the situation accurately.
Okay. So other potential symptoms would include things like difficulty with personal hygiene and care, correct?
Yes.
And paranoia and suspiciousness, correct?
Yes.
And depression and anxiety, correct?
They can be found in schizophrenia, yes.
And social isolation can be a symptom as well, correct?
Yes.
And so are these all things that you're looking for during your evaluations of people in the custodial type setting?
Yes.
And so with Mr. Dominguez, you had at least 3 evaluations of him that you performed while he was in custody prior to the medication being administered, correct?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. Could it be 3?
It could be 3,
Okay.
yes.
So when you're conducting these evaluations, are you doing it in person, or are you physically at the jail, or what's the mechanism that is being used for this?
For the purposes of this interaction, it was via remote.
Okay, and so what's that setup like when you're doing this remote treatment? Is it a phone call? Do you have like a virtual presence? Like what is the technology being used?
Well, I have a computer and I use Zoom.
And so as far as your end, you're in front of a computer and you're being able to see the patient in front of you via the monitor on Zoom?
Right.
And you can you have audio feed as well, so you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
And then from the patient's end, what do they see of you?
I think they see my face.
Okay.
Yep.
And hear your voice as well?
Yes.
And so for all your evaluations of Mr. Dominguez, these are done using remote technology?
You know, I did see him in person, but I don't remember whether it was before or after the emergency medication order.
Okay. And you did an evaluation of Mr. Dominguez on May 16th of 2023, correct?
I'm going to have to take your word for it, yeah?
Do you have your notes with you?
I don't.
That's not great.
I think we have a stipulation that that was the first observation. She's already testified to that on direct.
Well, I want to ask her about some things on the notes. Send a copy to the clerk for printing if that would be acceptable to the court. We're going to 516. Dr. Tyler, Mr. Hutchinson's notes. Can you take a look at that and see if that refreshes your memory as to?
Let's get an offer of proof as to what she's looking at. What are these progress notes?
These are the notes that Ms. Taylor has testified to that are prepared by her, Ms. Halstead, and Dr. Tyler's notes are included as well.
Marked as Exhibit JJ?
I didn't, no,
No.
these are,
I'm not currently asking for them anymore.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to get my beat on it. Are these the notes that the last witness had?
yes,
Okay, she was refreshing her memory of the progress notes.
yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Jail progress notes. We're good, doctor.
Okay.
All right, so there was an evaluation on 5/16, May 16th, correct?
Yes.
And this is your first evaluation, Mr. Dominguez, correct?
I think so.
And did you review these notes at all before coming to court today?
I looked at them yesterday, yeah.
Understood. So on this 5/16 meeting, did you have conversation with Mr. Dominguez?
I did,
And would he answer questions that you had?
somewhat, yeah.
Did you ask him about talking with his family?
I did,
And specifically, you asked him why he hadn't been talking to his family, correct?
according to my note, it says I asked him if he had been getting along with his family, and I asked him why he had not been talking to his family, and he replied, I don't know, I just don't want to.
And so, and you asked him if he'd been getting along with his family, correct?
I did.
And what was his response?
His response was, let me see here, not really.
And did he report to you that this was his first arrest?
His first arrest?
Should be just the next line on that, notes.
Oh. Let me see. Yes.
Right. And so, for people's first arrest, can being in custody for the first time be more stressful than someone who has been in custody and is familiar with that kind of environment?
Usually that's the case, yes. Although it depends on what they're charged with, but yes.
And so clearly someone with a lesser charge is going to be under less stress than someone with, say, a serious charge, correct?
That's what you would expect.
And when you were talking with him, you asked him specifically if he'd been having any unusual experiences, correct? And this is about 10 lines down from where we were.
Yes, I did.
Specifically, you were asking him whether he had been, if he had any unusual experiences like being given special missions, abilities, where they could hear other people's thoughts, or they could hear his, correct?
Yes.
And he said that he said no, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him if he'd been, if he'd had or been experiencing any traumatic incidences, bullying, or other stressful events prior to or since his arrest, and he replied no, correct?
Correct.
And you asked him how his classes had been going prior to his arrest, correct?
Yes.
And he replied, good, well, I had been struggling, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him if he knew who his attorney was, correct?
Let me
So
see.
about another 10 lines down.
Yes.
And he told you it was Mr. Hutchinson, correct?
Yes.
And then this was also one of the times where you asked him about psychiatric medications, and he just said that he did not feel he needed them, correct? Very last line in that section.
Yes.
And so, and that's typical even for people with mental illness, right?
That's typical of people with schizophrenia, not necessarily all mental health conditions.
Understood, thank you. And so, it sounds like during this May 16th evaluation, you're able to have a fairly decent dialogue in that you're asking questions and he's giving answers that make sense based on the questions you're asking, correct?
No. his answers were often one or two words, often no. And the other thing that was odd about that particular interview is, you know, this is a young man who's in jail for the first time, charged with murder. And he did not have any facial expressions or any particular statements that indicated that he was distressed. He wasn't crying, which is frequent. He wasn't anxious. He had that very flat look that you often see with people with schizophrenia. So what we call his affect was quite unusual given how much unbelievable stress he was under.
And so, given those, sorry, going back, I just want to say, he wasn't answering questions. It's not like he was completely catatonic, though, correct?
Correct. It was just one word, though. I mean, that's why I actually, in this note, tried to quote him as accurately as possible, and most of the answers are like one word.
And so, based on this kind of initial assessment, did you form a diagnosis immediately, or did you wait making a diagnosis a little bit later?
I formed what we call a differential diagnosis. So that's, in layman's terms, those are the things that are kind of in my mind that could possibly be happening, but it's not certain.
And so, and this was all before he was medicated, correct?
Yes.
And so this was about, if your evaluation is on the 16th, then this is about 13 to 12 days after being booked in jail, correct?
I don't know when he was booked in jail.
Understood. And so let's go back to the differential diagnosis. What was your differential diagnosis here?
Well, one of the things you would consider is what we call a brief psychotic break. Another possibility is schizophreniform disorder, which is something, it's like a psychotic break that's lasted more than a month, less than 6 months. Schizophrenia is another possibility. Being depressed with psychotic features is another possibility. Drug-induced psychosis is another possibility. Malingering is another possibility. Just the stress of the environment is another possibility. So there's a lot of different things that it could be, or could have been.
And you also listed sociopathy, personality disorder as a possibility?
Yes.
And you also listed autism spectrum disorder as a possibility?
Yes.
And so it sounds like from this initial consult, there's kind of a wide array of possibilities, and you're not limiting things yet, you're keeping an open mind.
Correct. I mean, I did think he had some mental condition going on, but I wasn't sure what it was.
Understood. And like I said at the beginning, none of these questions are trying to imply that it's not. But I do want to get some information here about your next visit. And so from the notes, can you see visiting him or having an assessment done on June 21st?
June the 21st.
Yes.
June the 21st. Well, my next visit was May the 30th.
Okay. Let's go to June 21st.
Okay.
There's a couple of issues. And I think this is the fax number pages on the top of your notes. And it says 119201.
Okay.
So on those notes, in the section marked objective, you have mental status summary mute. What does that mean?
That meant when the patient, during the interview, didn't speak.
And so this is significantly different than the interview that you had a month and a week prior.
Correct.
And so here, as far as decompensating, you're seeing decompensating, meaning symptoms getting worse from your initial interview, correct?
Yes.
And so, by this time, you're seeing significantly more serious symptoms.
I don't remember exactly how many times he went to the emergency room, but based upon my own interview on that particular occasion, in that he was mute, and the fact that I had learned that he wasn't eating properly and he had required hospitalization or going to the emergency room, yes, he had definitely gotten worse.
And so you noted things like loss of weight, not eating, not showering, withdrawal from others, correct?
Yes.
And so I'm going to just go forward in time a little bit to, sorry, and this June 21st date, this was the time when you said that you thought involuntary antipsychotic medication was in order, correct?
Well, I recommended that if it was possible, yes.
Understood. And so you also had an evaluation on July 16th, correct?
The notes only go up to July 13th. The notes that I have here.
Alright. I'll hand you another note. See if you ignore my sketching on there. But as far as this date, just draw your attention to the assessment field. And on this date, you assessed them as having catatonic or semi-catatonic behavior, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so this behavior of catatonic or semi-catatonic behavior is even worse than the mute behavior you were talking about before, correct?
Yes.
And so here we see even further progression of decompensation, meaning that his symptoms are getting worse over time, correct?
I did think they were getting pretty bad, yes.
Understood. So I'm going to ask you this. Sorry, that was it as far as specific evaluations. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned something on a direct examination.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. You mentioned something on direct examination about sometimes people believe that things like they believe that God has sent them on a mission. Do you remember talking about that?
Yeah, I was giving that as an example.
And what's that called again?
That's a delusion.
And
Well, in this context.
Understood.
You want to explain the difference between a delusion and a hallucination?
A hallucination is where an individual hears something that actually is not present. So they might hear somebody's voice. A delusion is a belief that's not real.
And a hallucination can be other sensory.
Yes, it could be visual. They could see something, or they could feel something, or they can smell something sometimes.
And so, my question is, for this type of thing where people believe they have a mission or something along those lines, is it typical for that to remain hidden, or will they tell you that they have this mission, or could it depend?
Actually, delusions is one of the more difficult things to elicit from patients. They often don't tell you. And especially if you don't know that it's there and you don't know anything about their background, then it can often be overlooked.
And so, is the same true for hallucinations?
Hallucinations are easier to observe as a psychiatrist because you can see a patient, for instance, talking to themselves. I'm sure you've probably seen people on the street talking to themselves and there's nobody there. Or they're looking off to the side, and anyway, it's easier to observe a hallucination, an auditory hallucination, than it is to necessarily pick up on a delusion.
Right, and same for visual hallucinations?
Visual, yeah, I mean, you see people looking off as if there's something in the room when there's nothing there.
Right, and so for those, you'll see them responding to external stimuli, but there's no actual external stimuli there.
Right.
And so there was a discussion about medication and the effects of medication. If someone suffers from serious mental illness, like schizophrenia, and they are medicated, do all their symptoms go away?
Sometimes, but often not.
Okay, and so sometimes if the person is medicated, symptoms can still be observed in a subsequent evaluation.
In the case of schizophrenia, yes.
Okay. Does the medication cure schizophrenia?
No.
What does it do?
It relieves or diminishes the symptoms of schizophrenia. Some people get pretty good relief, so they're nearly back to their normal, but most people are not completely back to the normal background.
Understood. And then, hold on just one second. Just go a second. Oh, yeah, so when you were doing these evaluations of Mr. Dominguez, when was it that you started to get collateral information as far as what had been going on with him outside of custody?
Oh gosh, I believe we did eventually get Mr. Dominguez to agree to get a release of information for his mother, and that one of the mental health clinicians spoke to his mother. And then later on, I think just prior to the involuntary medication hearing, I was given the opportunity to review some other collateral information.
Understood. And so, and then I just got a couple follow-up questions regarding his conduct in the custodial setting that was observed by you or that you're aware of. Are you aware of any incidents of Mr. Dominguez attacking or harming staff?
No.
And in your interactions with Mr. Dominguez and your review of the notes, was there any instances of him hiding or being afraid of you or other staff members?
I really couldn't say, because I don't know whether, for instance, he wasn't speaking or wouldn't come to some appointments because he was afraid of me or somebody else, or I don't know.
As far as like hiding in a cell, like trying to hide in her blanket or trying to hide in a corner or anything like that?
I believe he was frequently seen underneath a blanket. Yes, I mean, there's various reasons why that can be, though. A lot of those cell rooms are very cold, and but sometimes it can be seen in people who are feeling paranoid. They cover themselves up.
Okay, so paranoia can be a symptom of schizophrenia as well?
Paranoia is one of the delusions that you would see.
Understood. But no instances of violence that you know before or after medication?
I think that I was told that that there might have been one instance, but I don't know the particulars of it. So,
all right, and I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhook, I appreciate that. And, Mr. Hutchinson, just a moment, I wanted to ask a question, just on background. Dr. Tyler, you were the medical director at Napa State Hospital, is that what you testified to?
yes,
Right, and I think you said about 8 years.
something like that.
Something
I was
approximate.
in and out of positions.
To put that in context, can you tell me approximately how many patients you might have in the last year of your tenure there
Patients,
at the hospital?
direct care?
Or, no, under your total supervision, how many patients are in that hospital?
there's like 2,500 patients,
2,500?
some, or maybe close to that.
And then how many staff would there be at that time for 2,500 patients?
Oh, gosh. I think a lot more than that. I don't know.
Paid staff, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Robinson.
Dr. Tyler, when you use the term decompensating, what do you mean by that?
I mean, the patient is suffering from a mental illness and getting very ill from that mental illness, seriously ill.
Can a person with schizophrenia decompensate outside of custody in their home environment?
Oh, for certain.
And if that person then goes into custody, can they continue to decompensate?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you something about picky food. Have you ever had an experience where a healthy person goes into jail and then because they don't get marijuana and they can't get their almond milk, they suddenly develop schizophrenia? Have you ever heard of that happening?
I've not seen that.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Tyler, I appreciate your testimony and have a great day.
Thank you.
Subject to recall, okay, that's fine, thank you. All right. We're up against it, and I don't think we can make a lot of progress. You have one more witness, is that right?
Yes.
That witness will be available at 1:30?
I hope so.
Well, anyway, the witness will have to be, I mean, I'm not gonna jam it in here. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna take a break, but we got a full afternoon, of evidence. And, I did talk to the parties, and again, I wanted to say thank you for your gesture today. Again, I mean, it's really, very special. And I want, to give you a moment at the end of the court day so you can get a picture in the courtroom. And I would ask you during the course of this trial, just however, keep that picture private and not publish that. So that would be my request. Anyway, at this time, I want you to enjoy your lunch break. There's a 3-part admonition. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss the case. Don't research it, okay? I'll see you for the afternoon session. Thank you. Operate.
People actually had a request, Your Honor, based on the testimony this morning with Dr. Tyler and Ms. Gutierrez. I understand that Randy Halstead is going to be testifying next. I make a 352 objection to her being cumulative. We've already heard about substantial treatment and observations of Mr. Reales Dominguez while he's in custody from both witnesses this morning. I don't think there's any issue with the manner in which he was behaving. He compensated, and then now that we have his diagnosis from Dr. Tyler, I think it falls into the realm of cumulative at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
I agree. I intend to ask you 3 questions. Statements he made on 2 specific dates about still being enrolled at UC Davis and the date he got off suicide watch. Those 3 questions after I laid the brief foundation for her job.
That's fine. All right, so we're in agreement then. So the parties in effect met and conferred, and we've narrowed the testimony. Sound good, Mr. DeMar?
Sounds good?
Okay, great. We're going to do a traditional all rise to get started. And then, Mr. Hutchinson, you are going to return to the exhibit, the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and do we have Sergeant Mustardini?
Yes.
Okay, he's here. All right, that's my preference. We could do an empty chair, but that's not the way I'd like to do this. He's the witness on this exhibit. Okay, great. So let's get started. Thank you. Off the record. In the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. Everyone is here that needs to be here, and we're taking evidence from the defense. Mr. Hutchinson, you have a witness you'd like to call?
The defense calls it Randy Halstead.
Okay, let's get Ms. Halstead. Good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium right before me. Thank you for being here. I'm told your testimony is going to be relatively short, by the way, and I'm going to have the clerk swear you in and then have you take a witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that this testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. Check your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Brandy Halstead, BRANDI HALSTED.
Thank you. Direct.
Good Good afternoon, Ms. Halstead. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed clinical social worker.
And where do you work?
I work inside Yolo County Jail for WellPath.
And in what capacity?
I'm a clinician.
Do you specialize in the individuals you work with?
Yes.
How so?
In forensic work or just clinical social work in general.
Were you working for WellPath in May through September of 2023?
Yes.
And what was your position with WellPath at that time?
A clinician.
Did you have the same job as Amy Gutierrez?
Yes.
Did you have the same schedule as Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
In your role as a clinician, did you have contact with Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
And when you had contact, did you record your observations in any sort of notes?
Yes.
And what would you do? How did you record your notes?
Oh, in our daily EHR.
I'd like to direct your attention to the date of May 9th, 2023. Did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez that day?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you repeat the date again?
May 9th of 2023, 2:08 p.m.
Yes, I did.
During that meeting, did Mr. Reales Dominguez ask you if you would be able to attend something?
Yes.
What did he ask you if he could attend?
His next school meeting?
So by school, what was he referring to?
I believe UC Davis.
And did he tell you when this meeting was that he wanted to attend?
It wasn't specific, he just said next week.
And so what date again was this conversation?
On May 9th.
You recall at this point he's in custody
Yes.
for 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. How did you respond when he asked if you could attend his school meeting the following week?
I don't remember my full response in detail. I do remember, I think, expressing some kind of hesitancy or being unsure if that would be an option.
And at that time, did you know whether he did have, before he was arrested, whether he'd scheduled a meeting for the following week?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 16th, 2023, 1:40 p.m. Did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez on that date?
Yes.
During that meeting, did Mr. Reales Dominguez again make any reference to his school?
Yes.
What did he say?
I don't remember specifically the requirement. I do remember him asking about school and if he could talk to, I believe, some of the staff. I'm not clear.
Some of the staff at UC Davis?
Maybe. Yeah.
At that point, you'd been in custody for about a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, were you aware that he was no longer a student at UC Davis?
I don't recall.
So when he asked if he could contact the staff at UC Davis, how did that strike you?
Concerning.
How so?
Some lack of insight about his situation, awareness of what was happening, the severity of his situation.
At some point, you became aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez there was an order for involuntary medication in early August,
Yes.
and once there was an order for involuntary medication, how regularly would he get his medication?
I don't recall the schedule.
Is it generally at least once a day?
It depends on the person and it depends on the order.
But whatever Dr. Tyler prescribed, would that be what was followed?
Yes.
Do you recall we heard testimony that Mr. Reales Dominguez was on suicide watch for over 100 days?
Yes.
And you can assume, for the sake of this question, that the order for involuntary medication was issued on August 3rd. Do you recall what day Mr. Reales Dominguez was removed from suicide watch?
On August 15th.
So 12 days after the order.
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Demora, cross-exam.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon. During the times that you interacted with Mr. Reales Dominguez, he never attacked you, correct?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained. You know, I mean, we talked about we're gonna limit the scope. There's three general areas.
Understood. But when you were having conversations with him, you were allowed to be in his cell with him, correct?
Objection outside scope.
Sustained.
When he was on, you're familiar with him being on suicide watch, obviously, because you were just asking questions about that. And that suicide watch, your understanding wasn't because he was violent towards himself or other
Objection
people.
outside scope.
Sustained. Yeah, the three topics that we had, just to summarize, was a statement made by the defendant to Ms. Halstead on May 9, 2023, a statement made by the defendant to Ms. Halstead on June 16, and then a date identified as the date that the defendant was taken off suicide watch, which was August 3rd. So those are the areas of inquiry.
August 15th, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, right. The Ned's order was August 3rd. The date removed was August 15th. Yes.
When you were when you were asking him, or excuse me, on each of those instances where Mr. Reales Dominguez was asking about school, you were able to have a verbal conversation with him,
Correct.
and he articulated that he wanted to go back to school or talk with someone from UC Davis, correct?
Correct.
And so he had the insight at the time to know that he had been enrolled at UC Davis, correct?
Correct.
And assume for the sake of this question that he had not read or been notified personally that he had been expelled from school. Is there reason to believe that someone in this situation for the first time may believe that they can still attend or talk to someone from UC Davis?
Say that again.
Yes, assume for purposes of this question that Mr. Reales Dominguez didn't have notification that he'd been expelled from school. Would those questions that he was interested in going to school or talking to someone from school appear to be consistent with someone who believes that they have not been kicked out?
If he did not have notification,
Thank you. No further questions.
Thanks.
Yes, have all of you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, when he made these statements, had he already been charged with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder?
I believe so.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Okay. So,
I'm
when-
sorry, I missed the answer.
But the ruling was, the court ruling was overruled, and you can answer.
I believe so.
So when he asked you if you could attend his meeting at UC Davis the week after May 17th, did you think that showed insight into his situation?
No.
And when you spoke to him on June 16th, 2023, and he asked about whether he could have contact with his school, did you think that showed insight into his situation?
No.
And in your note, did you indicate that it demonstrated limited insight in your opinion?
Objection leading. Overruled.
I believe so. I don't see it on here. I'd have to look at it
Refresh your
real
memory
quick.
to look at your note from June 16th.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay. All right. Ms. Halstead, thank you. Yeah, have a great day.
You too.
I appreciate you making time for us. Okay, and let's recall Sergeant Muscardini. Good afternoon, sir. Make your way to the witness stand. You're still under oath and you understand that?
Yes.
Thanks. We're gonna resume, the exhibit, at issue, which is the, video of the interrogation. And what is that marked as? That's DD? DD, right, exhibit DD. And so we're gonna bring the blinds down and we'll bring, the lights down. And I promised, the jury that, we would take, regular breaks. And I know that it's a challenge, to watch a video. I know that the audio is not perfect, and just want, to ask the jury to do the best that you can in, taking in this evidence. So, thank you. All right, with that, Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
I'm resuming at 7:09 and 58 seconds.
Okay, well, so let me make sure. How many crime alerts did you see? Just one. And which one did you see? I'm not sure. Well, I just like went over like the email and then like the crime alert. Like it was just like when was that? Just like I'm not sure. Was it today? No, not today. Today is Wednesday, the 3rd. Wednesday. Okay, was it yesterday? Tuesday? No, I'm not sure. Was it on Monday? I'll say it was within the week. It was within a week? Like a week or two. Was it on Thursday last week? No. Was it before Thursday or after Thursday? If you don't remember, it's okay. It's not, but if you do, you can just say which day it is. No, I don't. And how did you see the alert? You mentioned in an email? Yeah. Was that at your house? Was that in a park? Was that at school? No, that was at my place. So the clothes you're wearing right now, how long have you had them on? Today. What were you wearing yesterday? I was like some sweatpants and another t-shirt. So I told you that was about 8 different videos of you. I told you a lot. I have like 8 different videos of you out Monday night when you said you were at home. That nobody can vouch for you or say for sure that you were at home. You said that you were. Okay? I'm telling you on video. Really want to believe it on video. When you were out Monday night, do you remember what clothes you were wearing? No, I don't. I'm not saying it was your bike. Tell me where you were Monday night when you're out. Where'd you go?
I was just at my place, like, and I wasn't like paying like much attention to like what I was doing. I was just like out there, went up my work, and then yeah, so yeah.
Where you from that part? What I'm saying is when you left. Where did you go? The reason why I'm asking is because I have the video, so I already know the truth. I'm kind of gauging your level of honesty if you're being honest with yourself. I understand you're not being honest with me. We're established that. You're being honest with yourself. So I know where you went. I'm asking you to tell me. Where'd you go in there? Monday night when you left your house.
About like what I went to like say what I did on Monday.
Yeah.
I just like got up. I like went over my ticket and to school now. When I got back, I just went over some more schoolwork and that was about it.
When you went out Monday night, went through campus, downtown, told you, I've seen you on camera, I have the video of you, the path you took. Tell me about the transients.
Were you on your bike or someone else's bike? Were you on your bike or someone else's bike? I don't have a bike.
It's not the question.
Did you borrow someone's bike? Did you steal someone's bike? Did you take one of your roommate's bikes? No, I just walked. Where'd you go? Where'd you go when you left your house? On Monday.
We already know where you went. So tell us where you went.
Yeah, I just, I like, went to school,
What time did you go to school?
like, two something.
Did you want some water?
No, I'm good.
When you left your house that night, what time did you leave and where did you go? When you left your house that night, what time did you leave? I'll start with that. Whether you went out for a walk or rode your bike, what time did you leave your house?
Yeah, and then, I went to class. And then I walked back, and then, that's about it.
What did you do that evening when you left your house?
To class.
What time was that?
Like 2 to like 3-ish to 8.
To 8? What did you do after 8? After class? Where'd you go? I know where you went. We know where you went, but where'd you go?
I went back to my place.
Okay, and where'd you go after that? What time did you get back to your place? It doesn't need to be an exact time if that's what you're trying to do. And Hank, like, what time did you get home? After class?
I got there around like 8:30.
And then after 8:30 when you left your house, where did you go?
I just went back to
After you left your house? You went back to your place? That doesn't make sense.
no, after school I went to my place, and then
Yeah, you said you got back to your place at about 8:30 at night after class. And then you said you left your house. So where did you go after you left your house after 8:30? Does that make sense? Does that question make sense? I'm not trying to trick you. Where did you go when you left your house after 8:30?
I went to I just went over my work.
You went over your work?
Yeah, I didn't.
Where did you-
When I got to my place at 8:30, I didn't. I went to.
Where did you go get your work done?
I just got it done in at my desk.
Where's your desk? At your house?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but where do you see?
I went to school.
After, okay, and then where'd you go after school? Did you go to downtown Davis?
No.
What time did you get to downtown Davis? I know you like to walk. You were talking about walking to the store and stuff. So, did you walk to downtown Davis or did you ride a bike? Did you walk to downtown Davis from your house, or did you walk? Or I'm sorry, or did you ride a bike?
No.
How did you get to downtown Davis? Did you rollerblade? Did you?
I didn't. I just,
This is on Monday evening. How did you get to downtown Davis? Did you jog or run? What do you think? Which one? Do you not remember how you got there? Did you take an Uber? Did a friend drive you?
no.
So how'd you get down there?
I just walked.
You just walked? Okay. And that was about, what time did you walk to downtown Davis? That was after 8:30. So what time do you think you ended up in downtown Davis? We established that you walked there. Did you understand the question? About what time? 8:30, 9 o'clock?
I walked to class, and then I just went to back to my place.
Are you still in school?
Yeah.
Look at me. Did you withdraw from school on April 20th, which is Friday? Thursday, actually, it was.
No.
Were you kicked out?
No.
The record says you withdrew. Because you're not a student anymore.
No, I'm supposed to be.
So why would the university tell us that you're no longer a student there? That you withdrew from class?
I have a question, Your Honor. Okay. So, you know that he didn't withdraw from class, he was separated by the university effective April 28th, correct?
Yes.
And why is Sergeant Ramos telling him that he withdrew?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah, don't speculate, only if you know, go ahead.
I have no idea.
Was that the information, do you know where Sergeant Ramos got the information that he withdrew?
I don't.
You would agree that withdrawing means when someone voluntarily withdraws from school. That's how you would understand that term, correct?
Yes.
Were people texting you information, you and Sergeant Ramos information while you were conducting this interview?
For myself, yes. I don't know about Sergeant Ramos.
Who was watching this interview behind that wall?
I believe Detective Ritter and Matt Jameson at a certain point.
And Matt Jameson, who does he work for?
At the time, I believe the DA's office.
weren't doing too well. He had some work to do to make it up. I understand that. Maybe that's a lot harder than you thought. Maybe you needed some more work, things like that. I understand, Mark. Are you still in Woody Davis?
Yeah.
Then why does the school say you're not? Look at me, John. Look at me. Why does the school say you're not?
Sergeant Musker, do you remember when I asked you if Sergeant Ramos repeatedly told Mr. Reales Dominguez to look at him throughout the interview?
Yes.
Can we just hear a few of those examples?
Yes.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez not making eye contact with the two of you?
Not the entire time, but most of the time he was not.
Most of the time he was not. But would he, when Sergeant Ramos told him to look at him, would he look at Sergeant Ramos?
Yes.
I should still be enrolled.
You're not. Mr. Davis said that you withdrew. That happened without you knowing. University said that you withdrew last week on April 28th, and you're telling me that you're in school on Monday.
Say, it was like a mistake. Like, I know that the school can't be wrong in their end, but I should still be enrolled. Like, if I have like, more classes. But, like the enrollment, like status, if anything, it should like change.
It did change. It said that you withdrew. How can you withdraw last week and still go to school on Monday? You sit here and tell us that you're going to school and work on your homework. You don't strike me as the kind of guy who wants to sit around and waste our time. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I understand that? Because that's the truth. That's what you believe.
Yeah.
So why don't you be honest with us?
For the school?
For most of the stuff that we're talking about.
No, like for the school, I'm keeping up with my classes and everything. I'm not sure why, like they would say, like I'm not enrolled. I know like last quarter, like I did myself. Like I'm still enrolled for like this quarter. Like I know like my degree, and I already have like like appointment to like get that like straightened.
To get what straightened out?
Like my schedule.
Schedule? Well, you're telling me your schedule's already done. If what you're telling me is true, you did give it to me. Your 2 bio classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, with your lecture in your lab, and 2 bio classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So your schedule there, so why would you need appointments to straighten that out?
So, Musker, you mean when Mr. Reales Dominguez told you he had appointments regarding his degree, were you aware that he did have an appointment scheduled for May 17th?
I was not.
Prior to today, were you ever aware of that?
No.
keeping up with like what the degree requires. That's what like the appointment is for. And like yeah, like I was just gonna like go over like how like I want like my degree to like to actually but like so I can get back enrolled. And that was just like from like the classes from the last quarter.
Okay. Well, thanks for at least accidentally telling me the first little bit of truth. So your plan is to get back enrolled. So you're going to work on this stuff, trying to get caught up in hand in makeup work, trying to get back in good graces and earn your way back into the school?
No, I wasn't, like, I was supposed to like, keep up with my schoolwork, like from last quarter.
That's how school works. I understand that part.
Yeah, and, like, this quarter, like, I gotta, like, keep doing the same thing, but, like, for the last quarter, like, I wasn't, like on it that much. Like I should be on like this quarter. Like even though like I have to fix my like enrollment status. Like I wasn't thinking I was gonna like affect me in any way. But here for like the school part, I have like an appointment. It's next week on Thursday, I believe.
Do you remember who you have to meet with?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know which building it's in, at least? Office?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so now we established that part. We got that part of the way. Did you go to class on Monday?
Yeah.
Wait.
No.
Okay. Did you go to class on Monday?
Yeah.
Why did you go to class on Monday if you're not even enrolled in school?
Well, I didn't know that I wasn't like enrolled. Like.
When did you find out?
Like when you told me.
So you found out when I told you that you had an appointment?
I already like knew like I was gonna have to like make an appointment or like for something. Because of like my grades. And I didn't know like they were gonna like just like take me off like the system. Like schoolwork. Like I didn't like consider like not to do it.
Do you know downtown Davis pretty well?
No, I don't.
I mean, have you been to down? You've been to that? You said you walked to downtown Davis from your house. Do you know where the railroad tracks are?
Yeah.
So they kind of run through like downtown, partially, and partially like on 2nd Street. Do you know where 2nd Street is?
No.
Okay. So what happened near the tracks in downtown Davis on Monday night? Did you get in a fight? What happened?
No.
Did you see a fight?
No.
So you didn't see anything?
No, I didn't.
Were you involved in a fight?
No.
Were you involved in a fight at all on Monday night? And I'm not saying necessarily down by the tracks, but did you get in a fight with somebody on Monday?
No.
Did someone hurt you on Monday?
No.
Did you hurt somebody on Monday? You were down by the transient camp with all the tents. There's like 3 tents down there. First of all, did you see more than the one that you were at? You didn't realize or pay attention to the other tents around there? Look at me, John. Other than the tent that you were at, did you even see any of the tents that were there? You didn't realize there were other tents there.
No.
Why'd you pick that tent?
No.
So it's nothing. So you didn't know the person that was in it? Do you know if it was a male or female at least?
Did you know it was a female?
No.
Did you know?
Good. Did you know afterwards? John, did you find out afterwards?
No.
Did you try and look it up or check?
No.
Why not? Did it matter? Did it matter to you?
Yeah.
What part of it mattered? You said it mattered. What mattered?
What I did?
Do you know what color the tent was? You need to tell me about the tent, do you remember?
No, I
Do you hear her scream?
did you do, John?
Like, I just, like, went over it, like,
You did what? I'm sorry.
like,
What did you do with that tent? Help us understand. What did you do with the tent, Joe? Can you try to help us understand, what happened? And why you did it?
no.
Which part? Can you explain to us why you did it? Help us understand a little bit better.
I know it's hard, John, to talk about it. You probably haven't talked about this with anybody, but me and Steve. We're not here to judge you. We're not here to trick you. We're just trying to figure out why.
It'll help you to talk. What did you do that 10, John? John, look at me. What happened at that 10?
What did you do, John? How did you get into that tent? John, how did you get into that tent? Did you use scissors? Did you use a knife? Did you use a razor blade? What did you use? John,
No.
what did you use? Did you use the knife that's in your bag?
No.
Did you use a different knife?
No.
What did you use? John, what did you use to get in the tent?
Went over like today.
I'm sorry?
Like, went over like the day, like what
So you're asking about intent, when he answers, I went over about the day. Did you hear that?
Yes.
You didn't know what he was talking about.
No.
What were you trying to do, John, at that time? Were you trying to hurt someone?
No,
Were you trying to kill someone?
no.
So what were you trying to do? Help us understand.
Do you know if she lived? Did you look at that when you said you looked it up to see what you did?
So Sergeant Reynolds said when he looked it up to see what he did. When did Mr. Reales Dominguez say that? I must have missed it.
I don't remember. I must have missed it too.
Did he actually say that? Or did Sergeant Reynolds just pull that out of you know what? You guys can argue on that.
Rephrase it.
Did Sergeant Reynolds just make that up?
I don't know.
Do you know?
No.
Look at me. If I told you she died, would that surprise you?
Yeah.
Why would that surprise you? John.
Do you know how many times you stabbed her?
No.
How many times do you think you stabbed her? You did. We already know that part of it. When you're at the tent, is that how you cut yourself on that hand? That's not a cut, that's a stab.
No.
How did you get that cut or that stab wound right there? Well, it looks like it's about 2 days old. How'd you get that?
I think I did it myself.
With what?
Pendant.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
So you right to right-handed?
Yeah.
So you throw stuff with your right hand?
Yeah.
Do you have a best friend?
No.
A sibling? No. You don't really want to answer that question over. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
No. I have some.
You have siblings, but what? You don't talk to them?
I haven't.
So you don't have anybody close to you? I'm seeing this picture of you since it's really hard for you to express things as names. It's really difficult to kind of paint this big picture. What I'm gathering is from Oakland. You wouldn't even tell me your dad's name. You have a mom you haven't talked to in a year. You have siblings you don't have any contact with. You don't have any friends. You only know 2 roommates' names. You keep to yourself. You have goals and ambitions. The problem is your grades start slipping. School gets rough. You get overwhelmed. And you see David kicks you out of school. You get dropped. Agree?
Yeah.
So now that you got dropped out of school, I eventually say that the financial aid is probably going to be stopped. Now you don't have a job. You don't have an income. Probably the next step is you're probably going to get kicked out of your house, right? We thought about that.
Yeah.
It's probably weighing pretty heavily on your mind, right? It's a lot of stress, man. I get it. Probably don't have any answers, right? I don't think so. I don't have any answers for it either. So you got a lot of stuff going on. You like to go for walks at night. Clear your head. It's real common. I see people do it all the time. I do it sometimes. Do you like to go for walks at night? Clear your head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Lots to think about. Ponder life. Try and, search for answers. Answers can be difficult to find, even on walks. How often do you think you go out at night for walks?
I would like to say like a good amount.
2, 3, 4 times a week, you think?
Nah, just like 30-minute walks. Somewhere.
I'd love to go for a walk in Central Park.
I haven't been, no.
Okay.
No.
You ever seen them before?
No.
If you ask me anything, you remember.
No.
Didn't think. You don't know this guy, you said you don't recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, do you have a problem with this guy? Do you think, since you got a problem with him, you think he has a problem with you?
No.
So he's never done anything to you?
No.
Have you ever done anything to him?
No.
Do you have a reason to hate him?
No.
Is there a reason why you want him dead?
No.
They surprised you told you that he sleeps on a park bench in Central Park. Between the playground and the carousel.
What?
Man, I've never seen his face before, but you have seen him. Last Wednesday night, to go for a walk.
No.
Late Wednesday night, or Thursday morning, to go for a walk.
No.
To go to Central Park.
No.
There's an interesting thing about that knife in your bag. What do you think the interesting fact about it I'm going to tell you is? Look at me. The interesting fact about that knife, what do you think it is? Pretty crucial part of it. John, what piece of the knife are you missing? A very important piece of that knife isn't there. You lost a piece of it.
I'm not sure.
It's not true at all. It was going in circles now playing games. You're missing a piece of that knife. Where is it? Now, let me try something simple. How long have you had that knife? You should be able to answer at least that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
A week? A month? A year? A couple days? John, how long have you had that knife? Where did you get the knife? Maybe that'll help you to remember when you got it.
buy it? Hey John, where'd you buy the knife?
I'll say I had it like with me like since like before.
Since before what? Hey John, where did you get the knife?
It was just like
Do you not remember, or you just don't want to tell me? How much you get for it?
I'll say it was like
Did you buy it at a store?
no,
Did you buy it from a person?
no,
Did you steal it?
no.
How did you get it? Did someone give it to you as a gift?
No, I'll say it was like
Did you win it in a raffle? How did you get it? It's not that hard of a question.
no, I think like 20 something.
You spent $20 on
I think.
it? Okay. And where did you buy it for $20? Did you buy it on the street from someone? Did you buy it at a store? Do you not remember? Which one is it, John?
I don't really like remember.
Does that look familiar? Is it the same knife? Or was it the same knife?
Kind of.
Okay. The black? Or is it stainless steel? What color is your knife?
Why?
How long have you had it?
I'm not sure, like,
Is that what the 20 was? You've had it for 20 days? Is that what you were trying to say?
no.
So how long have you had it?
Well, it's not like 20 years, but it looks like.
He just told you he had it for 20 years, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this point, you still thought his birthday was October 10th of 2001. That was the last birthday he did.
Yes.
So if he had it for 20 years, you would have got it when he was 1 year old.
Correct.
Did that answer strike you as unusual?
Yes.
You later determined his birthday was actually October 5th of 2002.
Yes.
So you got it when you were 1 year old.
Nah, but it was just like something that like in my head. Nah.
you've had that knife since you were a kid?
I wouldn't say since a kid. But
You don't have to say that. I'm just asking you when you know, did you have it when you were a kid? Did you have it when you were in college? Did you, how long have you had it? That's all I'm asking. Is there a reason you don't want to tell us how long you've had it?
but no, I'm not sure.
You just don't remember?
Mhm.
Okay, that's fair. I don't remember everything either. What do you do with that knife?
Nothing.
Why do you have it? Why do you have, John? Why do you have that knife? Do you understand the question, John?
Yeah.
What's the question?
How long I had the knife?
No. The question was, why do you have the knife?
Let's open it. Look.
Sure. Did you want to step out? You want me to step out or?
Oh, well, this.
Okay, that's not good. I'll just step in there. Where's this right here? John, drink some water, man.
Yeah, this more. You want some food?
No.
We're gonna get some food. We're gonna take a break, okay?
Okay.
Like pizza, or I think we got pizza sandwiches.
No.
Nothing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright. Leave this door open, alright? But
Stop you there. At this point, we're at 8:17. Are you taking a break to get food?
Yes.
doing, man?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk.
You're just trying to take a walk.
Yeah.
Okay. What's up, man? Did you need something?
Yeah, I just wanted to,
What's that?
I just wanted to walk a little bit.
To walk. I just can't have you walking around. Where are you gonna go? You want to take your sweatshirt off?
No, it's cool.
Alright.
I just wanted to,
You can stand up. If you want to stretch your legs or something, but.
no, I just wanted to.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. If you want to move your chair and you can do little circles right there if you want. Just stretch your leg a little bit, that's fine. What are you thinking?
Schoolwork.
Thinking about schoolwork? You're not thinking about being here?
A little bit. Not too much. Not bad.
What schoolwork do you have to do if you're not really enrolled anymore?
I'll do a lot of work next week.
Do you have a lot of work? Are you just trying to get back in school or what?
For that too, but,
Okay.
just to, like, get done with my classes.
Okay. Did you know this guy someone?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that he is?
Starting at this point, 8:26, we're approaching 3 hours you've spent in that interview room, correct?
Yes.
At this point, you've already accused them at least of 2 stabbings.
Yes.
Right. And you saw in the video that he got up and just tried to walk out of the door. You saw that?
Yes.
Who was the gentleman at the door who told him to sit down?
That was Detective Ritter.
Where were you when Mr. Reales Dominguez, after 3 hours, simply got up to take a walk?
Where was I?
Yeah.
I was getting water. I don't know.
Detective Ritter tell you that he's trying to take a walk?
Yeah, I think as soon as I returned.
Did that strike you as unusual, that he would just think he could get up and go for a walk?
Yes.
And then when you asked him what he was thinking about, and he said school,
Yes.
did that strike you as unusual?
A little bit, yes.
Did it occur to you that he appeared to have no insight into the situation he was in?
Correct.
You have 5 more minutes.
No.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my partner to come back in. Somebody said you want to go for a walk, and I didn't know where you were going to go. Where do you normally walk when you go walking? So it's kind of all over?
No, just like school days and like just like school days.
Does your hair bother you when it's on your face like that, or no?
Not really.
That would drive me insane.
Yeah. I have to get it fixed, but it doesn't really bother me.
You don't want any water. When's the last time you had any water today? Or something?
Actually, I had some water earlier.
Earlier today? Okay. But you said you didn't eat?
No.
How come?
Like,
You mind if I sit?
no.
Oh. What is that?
that's why I like kind of like go with it, like
Go like the whole day without eating?
like sometimes like it just depends like when I get hungry.
I've ate like 5 times today.
5 times.
I couldn't imagine going the whole day without eating anything. Is it just because you don't have food at home or what?
Not really. I kind of just like to be like aware about like how much stuff I have.
To school?
Yeah, through financial aid
And that's how you pay your rent, and that's how you buy your food?
yeah.
How do you pay for like internet?
That's like with the bills.
Do you have any friends?
No.
Not even your roommates are your friends or anything?
Not really. I like tend to talk to them, but no.
How long have you lived at Hawthorne? Was it the whole 2 years?
Yeah.
Have you had the same roommate?
Yeah.
Do you get along with them?
Yeah.
They get along with you?
I mean, there's no like trouble, like whenever. I mean, it's like whenever like we see each other, but I just like talk to myself most of the time.
Just recently? Like, are you always talking to or just to yourself or keep to yourself?
Just like just like to myself, like I don't know. You?
Me what? Do you have friends?
Mm-hmm.
I have some friends. At least I think they're my friends. I don't know. Not too many. I think just about the right number.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, yeah, thank you, Sergeant. I'm gonna do a 20-minute break today. I'm gonna give you a little bit, and I encourage you to walk around, go downstairs. I don't know what the security lines are like. Maybe you have time to get outside. So just get a good full break. I'm gonna cut it a little bit early, and I was hoping that you would take a picture. I think maybe Deputy Aguilar can facilitate that at the end, and maybe if you come up here, you can catch a good picture of them. So we'll leave a minute or two at the very end of the day for that. And remember, on your break, get some fresh air. Don't form any opinions. Keep an open mind at all times. Don't research. Don't discuss the subject. We'll see you back. Okay? Thank you. Sergeant, thank you. We'll see you back.
Thank you.
On break.
back on the record, and we're our final session of the week, and we're watching Exhibit DD. We have the witness, Sergeant Muscardini, and Mr. Hutchinson.
Have you ever had friends?
Yeah.
Like in school, or like when you were a kid or something, or what?
Yeah, sometimes when I was in school.
Okay. I know you said, so earlier I asked in the car, like, do you like music or not?
Mm-hmm.
And because I said, what station you want to listen to? You said, no, I don't like music. And then when we came in here, you said, that's like the only thing that you like to do is listen to music.
Yeah. I just didn't like know which radio station.
Oh, gotcha. You normally just like stream it or something, or listen to it on like Pandora, or?
Yeah, I just like put a song on and.
Gotcha. So your typical day is like just listening to music the whole day and doing your homework?
Somewhat.
What else do you like to do for fun? You gotta do something for fun. You like to go bowling or watch TV or movies or go ice skating or do you do anything for fun? What would you want to do for fun?
What would I want to do?
Yeah, like what's fun to you? Sitting here talking to me? Is that fun? Probably not. Not too bad.
No, it's not too bad.
That's good. But you probably wouldn't consider it fun.
Nah.
But what if you wanted to do something that was really fun, you had all the money in the world, what would you do? Anything? You can do anything. You can go fly to another country or go water skiing or...
I'll probably try to invest or something.
Invest?
Yeah.
Like just invest your money to make more money?
Yeah,
So you just want a bunch of money?
well, not just like for the money, but like maybe have like something going towards it or something.
Gotcha.
What about you?
I like to golf. I like to listen to music, I guess, a little bit. I don't know any radio channels either though, because everything's like on Pandora or, that type of thing.
So, Mr. Dini, we're now 3 hours in. You accused him of 2 stabbings, and now you're having a casual conversation with him, where he said it's not too bad speaking to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did that strike you as unusual at the time?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I never liked school. Do you like school?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part about school?
I'll say just like getting some work done.
So do you like tests? Or do you like homework? You like writing papers or?
I'll say like papers.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say I like writing papers. They're more like like compared to tests, like you don't require like a lot of study. Like I like how you get to like read and then like put that information together. But then again, you do have to prepare to study and all that. So
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't know. I'll say I'm good with both. But yeah.
So ultimately you want to be, what do you want to do for a living? Do you do anything you wanted to do? What would it be?
I'll say a nurse.
A nurse?
Yeah.
Not a doctor?
I
mean, nothing's wrong with being a nurse. I was just curious, like...
No, I'd say a nurse, and then maybe a doctor, but...
Gotcha.
Not a
he wanted to go for a walk. So, he walked a little bit around the room, but. Do you need anything? We got food? You still open water, dessert? I could use. He said he drank water today, he just doesn't eat a whole lot of food. So, okay. I'll see him drink water in the last couple hours.
No, I'm gonna thank them.
He said he was a little surprised to find out that David is a homeless person. Well, why him? Well, since they did right out, when you found out about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you never met David before? Never seen him before?
No.
I was just doing a little follow keep my facts straight. On April 26th, that was last Wednesday. So exactly a week ago. So you tracked me so far, you're following last Wednesday. Do you remember where you were last Wednesday? Anything significant happened that day?
No.
I just found out that on Wednesday, April 26th, you were dismissed from UC Davis. Did somebody talk to you on Wednesday, April 26th at school?
Okay. Where is that date coming from, April 26th?
I don't know. It's not me, so I'm not sure.
Was there a decision that, who made the decision that of all the law enforcement officers available, it would be Steve Ramos who would be the lead detective in the interview?
Objection, awesome answer.
Overruled.
I don't know why they decided to have him.
But was there, would you agree that then Detective Ramos appears to be the primary detective doing the questioning so far?
Yes.
Was there a decision made as to why he would be the person, as opposed to you, other members, or all the law enforcement investigators who were available? Why him?
I don't know.
At campus?
No.
Did they give you a letter, give you some paperwork?
No.
Is there anything else about that day? That's what the college is saying. Now, I wasn't there, but that's what they're telling me.
Nah, I didn't. I didn't like get a notification or anything.
When did you get notified? Not by us.
About the enrollment?
Yes, about your dismissal.
I already knew I was gonna not be dismissed, but put in grade check or some grade or some academic
With that?
standing due to my grade, but not I didn't get notified that I wasn't enrolled anymore.
We used to call that academic probation back in my day. You're older than me, so. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So let's check it. It seems like a pretty significant thing. It seems like you said you thought it was coming, right? Because your grade was looking.
Yeah.
So you knew something was coming. You just didn't quite know what it was yet.
No.
Okay.
I had a grade, and I didn't expect to do so poorly, with my grades ordered. And happened, I was able to, like, they gave me like a year to finish. But I wasn't, like, I didn't know, like, I was gonna get unenrolled, like, from Davis.
What part of school were you struggling in?
Mainly just, like, understanding, like, the key concepts.
Was it just this quarter of this semester, or had you been struggling before?
Before as well, but not as much as last quarter. I feel like last quarter was just a class that I was taking. Like, usually, like, they would have, like, given me, like, strength order to, like, go, like, keep with my grades. So, like, I have to see about that. Yeah, I didn't know. Like, they were gonna, like, supposed to notify me right exam.
Right. So you said that you were struggling with understanding the concepts, grasping the concepts.
Yeah, like the nature of the key points.
The key point. When you say that, are you talking about the school academically, or are you talking about other aspects of basically like the college life, or, you know?
I'll say, like, mainly just, like, school.
The school.
Yeah, like, what the class is, like, the lecture.
Okay. Weird question. Are you good at taking notes? Do you think?
I'll say I'm pretty decent. I'm not, like, good, but, I'll say if I could get better. I mean, I don't know how, but.
Like everybody could get better at most things as long as you apply yourself. Do you think you have good study habits?
Yeah.
Do you distract easily?
A bit, but not much. Like, I'm able to, like, keep focused and, like, be aware of, like, what's going on and, like, what's the information trying to, like.
These last 4 classes that you had, academically speaking, were they difficult for you?
I'll say no. Like, what my grade showed with, like, what I could have done, or, like, what I know what I could have done, like, but, say, like, not, like, they weren't that hard, but,
We have issues like, so, you're living on your own, you have roommates, you have lots of responsibility at school, figuring things out and stuff. You're saying the academic part wasn't really that hard. What are the difficulties were you running across just with life, like in general? What was going on in your own personal space, your own personal world?
I'll say, just, like the work, like, how, like, keeping track of it, like, making sure everything's, like, cool.
People, organizational issues? Do you think you're pretty organized?
Yeah. I'll say I can get, like, or, like, a little more organized, but,
Do you think you keep track of tasks? You complete your tasks? You like on time when it's supposed to be done? You're pretty good at that?
Yeah.
I suck at that. It's been a very big struggle of mine to keep focused and finish tasks when it's supposed to be No, I say I'm gonna do better, but I'm also stubborn. So it usually doesn't happen for me.
Do you have any other family?
No, no.
Do you have grandparents or anything?
No, no.
Did they recently pass away, or
Yeah, not recently, but
when did they pass away?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who's the closest person in your life? Closest person to you?
It's like myself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Other than yourself, who was the closest person to you?
So my siblings.
And how long has it been since you've been close to them?
I'm not sure.
So, sir, earlier on in the interview, you heard when he said he did not have siblings.
Yes,
Now he just told you that his siblings were the closest people to him.
yes.
What are your plans now moving forward? So today it's Wednesday, May 3rd. What's your 6-month plan?
Say, like, just get everything, like, situated. Mainly with my grades. Say, it all started with the appointment, and then afterwards, like, move into my classes and, like, get more, more, like, work to just, like, keep going, like, on with, like, my degree and stuff.
Okay.
But if they end up, like, not accepting me, say, like, I'll look into, like, a CC or something.
Look at what?
Like a CC or something.
So like a junior college or community college?
I'll probably just try to, like, get back on. And, try to, like, read up my grades. I know, like, they're, like, easier, and, like, you can just, you can take some of, like, the Davis courses, but, like,
UT Davis is not an easy school. It's known for that. It's known for being a pretty difficult school. Just getting accepted is a pretty big accomplishment. So, but yeah, I know like they have the Sac City branch that feeds into Davis. Or you're looking at going somewhere else. If you got to that point.
Yeah, probably like look into more like CCs, like see like what other options are available, specifically like close to Davis.
Why do you want to be a nurse or a doctor?
It's just something that interests me.
Well, how does it interest you?
Well, I've been like keeping up with it.
What does that mean?
Like from like growing up, like those like how maybe the nurse like going to like the medical field.
But for what reason?
Mainly to help people. But also like
Is there something cool about it? Like, I get to see, like, I don't know.
yeah, maybe like the patients you get to know or something.
No, I mean, like what you're doing though, like you're doing surgery or you're doing those kinds of things, like is that cool or?
I don't know about surgery, but, I think that's, I don't know if I would get to that. Yeah, I would like going to like the doctor and stuff. But I don't know, the nurse, I'll say just like to help patients and I know they have to do like a lot of like registering and things like that, like with like the patients, and you have to be like careful and stuff.
Is there any other reason you wanted to be a doctor? Like for anybody in your family or?
No.
Like for your grandpa, your grandma? Like you wanted to do it for them or anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, like, I'll prefer, like, to, like, sustain, like, my siblings and my mom and stuff. Say that's, like, another reason.
Like you want to be able to provide them money, or what do you mean? I don't know what sustain, what do you mean by that?
Like, just like to be there for them, like, just any case.
Like so you can help them? Like,
Stopping, it skipped a little bit, but did he just say he wanted to sustain, take care of his siblings and his mom?
I believe so, yes.
You ever mention his dad?
No.
as a doctor? Or financially? I don't understand what you're saying.
Say financially, mainly. So like, also just like giving advice, like, as like the doctor or like a nurse. I say, like, I don't know, many things can come with that. But also mainly, just like to, just like, not, give my parents like, too many, like, things to worry about.
So do you feel like since you're kind of maybe not doing so good in school and it sounds like you're not enrolled in school anymore, do you feel like you're disappointing your family? Or your grandma or your grandpa?
I say a little bit because I'm not like I through the classes I should have passed them, and like now that I've helped them, I have to like go back and actually do the whole work again, and that takes like time off. What the Chris would have been like. But besides that,
Since you're not enrolled or you're getting kind of, I don't want to say kicked out of school, but since that's not working, are you worried that like you're going to get kicked out of your apartment? Or I'm sorry, your house?
yeah.
So what are you worried about?
Mainly,
Are you worried you're going to be oh, sorry, go ahead.
like the bills. I just have to like keep up with them.
So are you worried you're going to be out on the street? And when I say out on the street, I mean not living in your house and living on the street. Is that something that worries you?
I have to like see like what I gotta do and stuff. Like to keep up with like the payments.
And you can't do that if you're not getting financial aid from the school, right?
Yeah, not really.
So then what are you going to do? You can't get back into school.
Um,
What if you can't pay your rent? What's your plan? Or if you can't be a doctor, what's your plan?
I'll say I'll just like try to stay like in CC or something. Like
That's not gonna make you any money. You'd be in community college if you don't have a job.
yeah, I just like try to get enrolled. If not, look for CC. And then like see how like what their cost is, and then try to
Once you find out what the cost is, what will be your plan on paying for it?
I'll say I'll have to look for like to pay up for the bills.
What bills do you have right now?
Electricity, PG&E, yeah, so like water, trash, and then rent, and then, yeah.
So you split the bills 5 ways?
Yeah.
Usually every month, what's your portion you get to pay?
Like one bag,
What's that?
like a bag, like 1,000.
Okay. You said 1,000, that covers rent, plus the utilities.
No, that should be like all the like what utilities and rent.
You ever hang out with your roommates?
No.
How'd you hook up with them or meet up with them or end up in that house?
I knew one of them, and then like that's how they were like part of like the same household, and then I just like got to know him, and then we just like moved in like into the their roommate like left, and then they actually and I was like, okay, yeah, I could like pay for the room and stuff.
Where were you living before?
Before I wasn't there. I was back in the Bay Area.
Do you have your own room?
Yeah.
Do you share with anybody? It's just your room.
No, it's just my room.
So in your room you have typical room through TV.
No, there's just my desk and I've done much better.
You said you do a bed?
Mm-hmm.
You have a bed in there? Clothes, I'm assuming you have a dresser, closet or something?
Yeah.
A desk?
Yeah.
You have a furniture in there?
No.
You have a computer?
Oh, yeah.
And then your phone, you said it's there, but it's not, that's not, we have a number assigned to it right now, or it's just a internet only or Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else significant in your house?
No.
Is there any other places in the house where you have your stuff?
No.
Do you have a washer and dryer?
Yeah.
How often do you think you do laundry?
I'll say, like once every.
This is what you're wearing right now. When's the last time you washed that? You think a week or two?
Yeah.
What about your pants?
I'm not sure. No, I don't know.
Okay, were you wearing This stuff last couple days?
No, this is just for today.
Just for today?
Yeah. But like, I think like 2 weeks.
Were you wearing this stuff at all for the last couple days?
No.
So, I'm gonna backtrack a little bit here. You were at that park. You don't know what the name of the park was that you were at earlier today?
No.
The one by your house on Sycamore.
No.
So, let me maybe to understand where you live on Hawthorne. Hawthorne and Sycamore meet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you go to school, you usually just cross the crosswalk right there at Sycamore and Russell and walk on the campus?
Yeah.
Okay. And so do you have any constant direction at that point, like north, south, east, and west?
Yeah.
So when you leave your house and you turn onto Sycamore from Hawthorne, and you're walking towards campus,
Mm-hmm.
visualize that?
Yeah.
What direction do you think you're walking?
Like, I'll say, like west, or, yeah, like west.
So Sycamore, does it run, which direction does Sycamore run? Is it
Like a straight.
yeah, so does it run like north-south or east and west?
I'll say runs, north-south. There's like from Sycamore, you're going towards it.
Yeah, so if you go one direction on Sycamore, you'd be going north, the other direction you'd be going south. So when I say north-south, that's what I mean. So whether you're going this way or this way, so if you're on Sycamore, you think you're either going north or south or east and west.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're walking from school on Sycamore, you cross Russell, you're going back home, which direction are you walking?
Say west.
So that park was up on Sycamore, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you go there very often?
No.
Where are you there today?
I was just like, yeah, I'm not sure.
How long have you been there for?
Like a bit. Yeah. Like,
You there for more than an hour?
no.
So less than an hour?
Yeah, like less than an hour. Yeah, I haven't been on walks that like take longer.
Was there anything different about the park today?
No.
Was there a lot of people there?
No.
Did you see anything that were set up like on the bike path? Cool.
No.
You see any like flowers, candles, photos?
No.
Maybe there anything significant that has happened in that park recently?
No.
Have you done anything significant in that park recently?
No.
You didn't go for a walk one night and come across somebody riding their bike on that bike path?
No.
It would surprise you if I told you that I'm pretty sure that I have you on video going through that park. Coming across somebody on a bike. You just listen to an altercation or confrontation that occurred. You understand in the modern world there's video cameras everywhere, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of them in this town.
Sergeant Muscardini, do you have a video of Carlos Reales Dominguez in Sycamore Park?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Or did Sergeant Ramos just make that up? Or did Detective Ramos just make that up?
I don't know for sure.
Does that surprise you?
A little bit.
Why would that surprise you? It's the modern world, and there's cameras everywhere.
When you heard him say there was a video of it, did that surprise you?
Yes.
At that point, did you think there may have actually been a video that you just hadn't seen?
Potentially, yes.
Well, it's still like, it surprised me, like, it sounds like there's cameras now.
Let me put this out there. It's something I just learned pretty recently. This was a Tesla that was parked on Sycamore. Tesla's a very, advanced, technologically speaking car. Teslas have 7 cameras on them. Meant for when you're driving to check for motion, blind spots, grill, front, back, left, right. There's 7 cameras on a Tesla. So everyone's parked. They have a 365-degree view around the entire car. Were you aware of that?
No.
Does that surprise you?
Yeah.
I was very surprised. But, it's something that I learned, especially working in cases like this. There's always videos actually out there. So I'll ask you straight up. Saturday night, were you in that park?
No.
Remember, I already know the answer to this question. And this is one of those things where I'm gauging your honesty. Because you've been talking, been pretty forthcoming. We've had a couple issues here and there.
Hey John, why when we brought up the park, your body language and everything changed? We mentioned that park where you were at today, and when you were there before, and you completely got changed. Can you explain that? What happened in that park, John? John, what happened in that park?
I'll say, like, the way my body, I guess, responded to, like the park or something.
Yeah, why is that?
You know why we're here. You know why we're still here.
What happened in that park, John? Explain it to us. Explain to us what happened in that park.
Like what I did, like when I went to the park, or
Yeah, not today.
On Saturday. Saturday night, what you did in that park.
man, I just usually like walk and then
Usually that's what you did. Usually you walk.
yeah.
We've established that before. Like you wanted to go walk around here in the room.
Saturday was different.
When you were walking in the park on Saturday, what was different than your normal walk? What happened?
Nothing, I just like walk and then just come back.
You just walk and then you come back?
Yeah.
I know that's what you normally do, but why was Saturday different? What happened? What changed? What was different? Were you angry? Were you upset? Were you mad about school? Were you mad about letting people down because of college? What happened? Someone make you...
No.
So what happened? Did someone make you feel good? That's okay too.
I just when I like some air.
I'm sorry?
I just like when I like to go walk like around like the park and
So you were in the park on Saturday?
uh
Sycamore Park?
I don't remember. I'm pretty
Well, you
sure.
said you were. I'm not trying to trick you. You said you were there, and now you're saying you're pretty sure you were there. We know you were there, but we're trying to have you shed some light on what you did in the park. I know I spoke to you a little bit before about this is, I don't know how much we talked about it, but about DNA, and what DNA is. Do you remember when we had that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically your DNA is like everywhere, right? It's on your skin, it's in your blood, it's on your hair, it's everywhere, right? And your body like sheds that. Do you know what that means? Like it flakes off, it falls off, that type of thing?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm getting at is there is DNA that we located in that park. Not only in that park, but on a bike as well. Can you, does that surprise you?
No.
It doesn't surprise you?
It surprises me how it sheds off.
But what?
Mostly like how sheds off, and everyone has to.
When you're at the park, you were sitting on a bench. What were you thinking about?
Nothing. It was just, you know.
I'm gonna see a picture here. Yeah, I'll make sure it's on the same part. Alright, just a big argument. The writer trip or anything, okay? Okay. Yeah. So, I 113 for reference, okay? This is Sycamore Lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what we're looking at here?
Yeah.
And so your house is probably down your road, right?
Yeah.
Because it's off around this way. So you're on the street name as you were walking that Harbor Canal. This park specifically has a bridge, a footbridge that goes over the freeway.
Mm-hmm.
Is that familiar? So it's not the same park?
Yeah.
Okay. When you go across, you ever go across this bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. When you go over to this side of town, west of,
I want to stop. Are you able to see the map that Detective Ramos is pointing to?
Somewhat, yes.
There was, when you first contacted Mr. Reales Dominguez on the street, what address did he give you?
782 Hawthorne,
And where did he really live?
762 Hawthorne.
So, but when Detective Ramos pointed to, here's your house, what was he pointing to?
The general area of where that address would be.
And did Mr. Reales Dominguez agree?
I don't know. I don't remember.
on the freeway? Do you remember where you go?
I usually just, I usually just like go, say like west.
So west would be this direction. This is north up here. South, east, that's west.
No, I usually go west.
So you cross it up.
Yeah, and I usually just walk back and,
Do you have a destination over here? Might be going somewhere? So you do this part of the road that you take from time to time?
yeah.
So when you're in the park today, whereabouts do you think you were? So you put it on the map. When you're in the park today?
Like where I was at?
Yeah, where do you think the bench was? You're sitting on.
Say somewhere near like the little, like when you go over like the hill, like the little pathway hill,
Okay.
and it's like,
This one.
it's like, I don't know, it's
That means like a little circle or something. Where that bench was, you think you're sitting on today?
like right here.
Yeah.
Right here. But yeah.
Okay. When you were walking there, did you walk on the path or you just walk through the grass?
No, I walked through along
You like that? The paved, like that path that's in there?
yeah.
Right.
Like closest to the houses? There's like house, like if you're walking on the path,
No,
it's like right here on the right?
The one where like there's like a little like the bench like it's like I don't know like across from like the houses.
Is this park special or significant to you in any way?
Uh, I like enjoy like the walks that like when I go there.
You feel safe at this park?
Yeah.
When you go through walks, do you ever carry a knife with you?
No.
Glad you had a knife on you today. Is that knife special to you?
Let's stop that right here. At this point, have you ever heard Carlos Reales Dominguez say the knife is special to him? Use that word special.
I don't think so, no.
Who was the first person of the three in that interview room? Who was the first person to use the word special to describe the knife?
I think it was Detective Ramos.
Yeah. So like things. I say things like expression to me. Yeah.
So things, I'm sorry, that things come special to you? Is that knife special to you?
No, like how like I walk on the park. Like something that I do, and like that's like special because like I don't know like.
So just to be clear, Detective Ramos is trying to get him to say the knife is special. He just said the walk through the parks are special, correct?
Yes.
Did Detective Ramos later write a report saying that it was Mr. Reales Dominguez who said the knife was special to him?
Jackson Rock Foundation.
You've read that report, right?
Which report?
The one where Detective Ramos said it was Mr. Reales Dominguez who said the knife was special to him.
I don't know if I read a report that Detective Ramos wrote.
So you say you've never taken that knife to that park, but you took that knife to that park today. So how would I believe that you didn't have it there on Saturday?
No, I didn't.
Did you have a different knife on Saturday?
No.
Why is that knife special to you?
Did you hear him just do it again?
Yes.
When did Carlos Reales Dominguez say that knife was special to him?
I don't remember when he did.
Then why does Detective Ramos keep saying that?
Jackson speculation.
If you know,
I don't know why he's saying that.
Did it occur to you to say, hey, Steve? He didn't say that. Did it occur to you?
No.
I'll say because it's like part of me to like belongs to me.
It's part of you.
You have to like take care of.
Get that? I understand that. So it's like part of you. Something you've had for a while. Having said that, I'm sure you take it everywhere. Or a lot of places, right? I mean, today you just went to the store, you had it with you, right? I mean, we know that because you had it with you. Took it to the park today, took it to the store today. So you carry it around with you a lot. Why do you carry it with you?
I'll say
We're talking about what the night special. Okay.
He just did it again, didn't he?
Yes.
What is he trying to do there?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know.
Is he trying to get Carlos Reales Dominguez to say the knife is special to him?
I don't know.
It's part of them. Careless places. When we start talking about certain things, like my partner was saying, you change, you get a little more closed off, a little quieter. It's like, you know, your body can't just little, your emotions are changing. If you would open up and start telling us the full story and the truth of what's going on, what's been going on, I think you're going to find yourself having a huge sense of relief.
Okay, counsel. All right, 924 and 17, marking it. Okay, Sergeant Muscardini, I want to thank you for your testimony today. We're going to continue this. We're going to start with the witness on Tuesday at 9:30.
Continue with the video.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to order you back at that time. We're making progress. I think everyone can agree it's a long exhibit.
Yes.
And I appreciate everybody's patience. And have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're excused until Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right. And then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then we have 4 work days next week. And we do have witnesses lined up, I'm told, under subpoena, prepared to testify. And so it'll be a full 4-day week. Obviously, we're celebrating Memorial Day, which is a national holiday and a court holiday. And as I excuse you, it's really important at all times to remember that don't think that you know, it's okay to have a small conversation or wherever, you know, because it's a big trial or what I mean by that, it's long and it's been going on. I mean, stick to the admonitions. Make sure this case is decided by 12 jurors deliberating with open minds and having listened to the evidence. Make sure that it's airtight, and that's what this case is decided on. And I appreciate that. I know I repeat this. It's just fundamental to justice. So don't discuss the substance of this case with anyone. Don't research anything, and don't form any hard opinions. I'm going to excuse the jury at this time. I'm going to excuse counsel. I don't need to meet with the attorneys. I don't have any issues on my plate. Okay, so I'm going to check in with you 9:15ish or so. I'm going to turn the courtroom over, let the deputy take a picture of the jury as is. And I think the best place for him to stand is up here and take a picture of it. Yes, when we're ready for that. So I want to wish you a happy Memorial Day, and I want to thank you for your service, and I look forward to seeing everybody next week, okay? So thank you, enjoy your picture. Thank you. All right, thank you, counsel. Yes, have a good weekend. Off the record.